There's Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hello. Oh, maybe the other Dan.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said Dan Huntington. I meant Dan Huntington. And hello there, the other Dan.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, David. Dan Harms, you are there. Thank you. Tim, good morning. I think we're all in attendance. No, do I see Kirsten yet?
I don't see her
Can't
yet.
hear you, Holly.
No, Kirsten.
No, Kirsten.
Okay, I just got an email from Kirsten. I'll try to get a hold of her real quick.
Yeah, we'll give Kirsten another minute. Then it looks like we're ready to roll. Morning, Jessica. Haven't said hi to you.
Morning.
Any word from Kirsten, Drew?
I just resent her an invitation, so oh, here she's joining right now, it looks like.
Is Jack present?
Jack's name's up. Are you on there, Jack? Is you got your audio working for you, Jack?
I am here. My my audio's working. At least I think it is.
It is.
It's not.
It is. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
And Kirsten, do you hear us?
Yep.
Okay. It looks like we have everyone in attendance and one member from the public. And so let me go ahead and call the meeting officially to order. The 2020 April meeting of the Board of Directors of La Plata Electric Association is now in session. And with that, I asked Gwen if he would say the pledge, and Drew will flash a flag there on the screen. And if you'd unmute so we can help, we can all say the pledge, that'd be great. So we'll turn it over to Gwen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. We have an agenda that's laid out there today, so we need a motion to approve the agenda, and we'll do this just with voice of motion and a second if we would.
I move to approve the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, if you would unmute, and if you're in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. So we have an agenda approved for today. We will be, per our usual plan, we'll take a break about 10 in there. And then we're going to do executive session earlier today with the attorney on. It'll be at 11:30. So that should help us along a little bit today. All right, let's go ahead and go to public comment. So I see Larry is out there as our one member of the public. Larry, if you would like to make any comment, I can click your button and allow you to talk. you can speak if you like. You're out there. I don't know if you want to make a comment or not.
No, I'm just, I'm going to observe the meeting today. I haven't been to a meeting in a while and going to observe. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. All right. Great. Great to have you, Larry. Thanks.
Larry, were you riding a scooter down 32nd Street with grandchildren recently by chance?
No.
Okay, you have a doppelganger who rides a scooter.
Oh, no.
It would
In
be
trouble
helpful for me if you can confirm who moves and who seconds.
Sorry, Karis, do you want me to say it out loud and confirm, or you want to do that?
Thank you, Bob. I was just texting you and asking you when we make motions if I could have you confirm who moves and who seconds. Sometimes the audio breaks up, and I did hear that Holly moved the agenda. I did not hear the
It was Tim.
second.
Tim
Thank
seconded.
you.
And Rachel,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Rachel made the motion and Tim seconded it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'll do that, Karis. Thanks for that. So now we have the consent items, which are, they include both the minutes from the March 25 meeting, as well as the other consent items they're listed. So are there any additions, corrections to the minutes or any others that haven't already been processed? Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, on page 8
And Kohler, I'll get you
of the
next.
minutes, resolution 2020-05, it has Director Wheeler making the motion, and that was me who made that motion to cancel the election in District 1.
Okay. Got that, Karis?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jack. Kohler, go ahead.
On page 1, under the LPA staff, we have Garrett Hammer, and it has interim district manager, but he actually received that position 4 days before the meeting. So interim should be removed on that. Then on page 2, on the red line that you sent out, under member comments, you took out on the 3rd line, you took out the word as, but didn't put anything else in there. So it reads from tri-state as far reasonable. So maybe you meant to put the word and in there? Fair
Yes,
and
I did.
Okay. Then on page 4, under the policy committee, throughout the minutes, we have been capitalizing policy and committee, but on the 4th line down, the executive committee does not have caps. And then the only other question I had is on the very last page, page 7, under the executive session. It ended at 3 p.m. I didn't get a chance to go back and look at our tape, but then there was nothing put down between that and the adjournment at 4:46. So I don't know if we're missing anything or if there was just nothing to put down. And that's all I have. And with that, I'll move to approve the items.
All right, so you've got those corrections, Karis?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, so we have a motion. We need a second on the minutes and consent items.
second. Second by Rachel.
Second by Rachel. Any
And it
further
was-
discussion?
And
Go
who
ahead.
moved? Who moved?
Kohler
Who made
did.
the motion? Okay, thank
Kohler
you.
did. Any further discussion? All in favor, if you'd unmute and voice vote, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Moving right along, I'm going to turn it over then to CEO Matlock and her staff, and we'll walk through this set of reports. I'll turn it over to you, Jessica.
Great. Good morning. Thank you. Hope everybody is doing well. We are going to start off with the dashboards. We've made a few additional changes. And then we also decided to put in the March sales actual versus budget. So you guys have a good snapshot of what's happening right now. And then later we'll talk about the quarterly reports, in particular the safety report. So I'm gonna let Nadine kick us off on the dashboard. She's been taking the lead on this, which is really helpful. And so she's gonna just go through a few of the changes from last month. So Nadine.
Thanks, Jessica. Good morning, everybody. Hope you have the dashboard pulled up. This month, we have 2 new graphs under the key performance indicators. We put the safety one in. We were reporting on that, but we didn't have it in this format. And then we did add a beneficial electrification. And as I put it in the note below, Dan is going to give an explanation on what it looks like today and where we're moving with that KPI. Dan, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. So
Can you tell us what
be
page? Can you tell us what page we're on the dashboards?
25.
Okay. I assume everybody can hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yep. All right, good. As Nadine mentioned, we added a new section here for beneficial electrification. Now, I see things growing in here as we make headway on different projects. Right now, the thing that we have the most headway to report on are electric vehicles, but I see in the future where we could add, I'll turn on my video here too, where we'll be adding probably some heat pump type of loads, maybe some different appliances that would go in customers' homes. But for right now, the bulk and the heavy hitter is going to be electric vehicles. Now we have a chart, and so what's being shown here as a number is the kilowatt hour sales year to date. Not a whole lot to talk about right now as we are ramping things up, but this is going to include all of the chargers that we provide to people.
Seems like we lost you, Dan.
Hopefully you didn't lose power.
Any sighting of Dan out there, Drew?
It shows him muted. I just sent him a text message, so we'll see if he figures it out on his side.
Well, I'll keep moving on and we'll see if we can catch up. When he pops back in, we'll put him back on.
Yeah, very good. Thanks, Nadine.
So we added the one that Dan's going to talk about. Did anybody have any questions about anything else that was put in there on the whole dashboard?
Kohler has one. Okay, Kohler.
Yes, so example on page 29 of my document, we have on average, how many minutes is a member without power in a year? And it shows this year quite a bit lower than the previous average and also the previous year. And I think what's missing for me is that it really doesn't give a reason. I really like the chart, but I see that and go, okay, should there be a flag coming up on that? Is there an issue with that? I don't understand why it's so much lower than what it has been in the past. Could somebody maybe address that, please?
Yeah, Justin, can you address that?
Yes, I can. Thanks, Kohler. So the numbers lower you're going to see this year is due to the contractor that we do not have working for us anymore, Jayco, which they were out doing those continuous transformer changes and cut out arrestor changes. So we finished that program. That's why you see that extreme drop in those numbers this year so far.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back online here again.
All right, Dan, pick it up.
Sorry about that. Even here at the office and I got dropped, but we'll keep going here. The number that's being shown on those EV sales on that first page on page 25, you're seeing 10,020 as a year-to-date goal, year-to-date actual of 8,170. That's actually kilowatt hours. So that's how many kilowatt hours went to EV sales that we're monitoring. That's both the chargers that we're passing out to customers, as well as the public charging stations that we bring into our system here as well. So then the detail on that, I think, is all the way down on page 44. Yeah. So if you want to go to page 44 in your board packet, that's where you'll see the trending line. Now this one's a little different. You see that it's not a linear curve, but rather it's sort of a little bit exponential. It sort of curves upwards. That's because we have an average kilowatt hours per vehicle, but we figure we'll be adding more vehicles as months go on. We would like to get a total of, I think this was based on 35 vehicles being out there, or 35 new chargers being handed out, as well as the public stations. If we get a level 3 EV charger in Durango and one installed in Pagosa, that could change this curve substantially, and we might change that goal and make it a little higher even. But this is where we stand today. We have noticed absolutely that our charging stations and the public, well, both the public and the private charging stations used a lot less power in March. The stay-at-home order has definitely reduced how much people are driving out there. And so we definitely see a lot less usage there. That's why we're off of our goal right now. We'll see if we pick that back up. This is a very new thing for us to trend. We don't have a whole lot of history to go off of, so we'll see how this one works for us. In the future, I definitely want to then tie this to our overarching goal, or our strategic goal, and say, for these kilowatt hours, that has reduced X amount of carbon. So we're going to turn this into a carbon savings, and then we'll also turn it into additional margins. Rachel, I think you had a question there.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find the hand raising spot on the screen again, nor the
Her hand was working good.
But this was just maybe when you're done here, if you could give an update, because you mentioned if we get a fast charge station here in Durango, and I thought we were kind of on the map and forward progress was being made. So if you have any updates on that after your presentation, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have too much more. I was just saying that we will, in probably next month, we will have this tied measurably to our strategic goal, and convert these kilowatt hour sales into carbon savings, as well as additional margin that provided to La Plata Electric. Any question on this, and then I can get into Rachel's question?
Drew, I see that Kirsten has a question, and so does Jack.
Oh, right, sorry. Thank you for noticing. Go, Kirsten.
Okay. I've seen several articles about what the pandemic is going to do for EV sales. So, might want to keep an eye on that. We might be adjusting this exponential curve here because they're just not expecting to have the sales. I'm seeing I forget what some of the percentages they're expecting to fall off, but it's fairly considerable.
Yeah, it's a really tough guess right now. We're putting something up there to shoot for, though.
Jack, you're up there.
Yeah, my question was similar, or was right on point with Kirsten's, and maybe to elaborate further, because it seems like we're putting all our eggs in one basket, and with the projections, that may not be a good measurement for our beneficial electrification strategic. So is there any other options that, and particularly with the economic situation, that we could take advantage of to improve like sales of ETS heaters or some other ways to, there's so many other ways to that include that beneficial electrification consists of, that we would have a backup if those projections come to reality.
Oh, absolutely, Jack. Yeah, we are not putting all of our eggs in this one basket. This is just the one thing that we actually have some data on to start reporting on. We are pursuing all the other beneficial electrification options with equal vigor, and been working with Dominic and Hillary trying to pull together our distributed energy resource plan. That's going to give us our priorities and help prioritize where we want to focus some efforts. And we have, different things that we're heading for. And also look at beneficial electrification then as just one of the tools to meet our goal. There's lots of other options that are out there that we're also pursuing, power supply being one of the main ones.
Rachel had a question.
It's kind of just actually related to the last piece you mentioned. So I know that when we look at kind of our emissions, the biggest source is kind of our emissions factor. And I'm curious if we've seen, that used to be exceptionally high for this region as assigned by, I can't remember which body assigns the emissions factors. Have we seen that? Has that started to shift now that we've seen a change in the tri-state portfolio?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another good question. And I think Tim had posed a question very similar to that. How are we tracking with our strategic goal there? The data is slow to come in for sure on a lot of those things. So we have now firm 2018 data, and 2019 is also starting to firm up right now too. Although the law is sitting out there, the orders from the state, there is still not a uniform way that all the utilities are actually calculating their emissions. That is still something that's in the works. So Tri-State just released a draft white paper on how they're proposing to be calculating this. And so we just need something very consistent so that when we do this in 2018, we're doing it the same way in 2019 and the same way in 2020. So we have that measurable way of doing it there. And then this is going to be the beneficial electrification efforts and the EV efforts. Those are going to be even more attractive and be more of a greening factor as that power supply greens, of course. And so, what a car added today is worth X amount of pounds of carbon that we can calculate. Tomorrow or next year, it might be worth more because the power supply is even greener. And so we'll be keeping tabs on that. So I was going to start putting together some documentation on that. We gave a presentation to the board on how we propose to calculate that, about a year or so ago. Now that Tri-State has a better way of calculating it, something else to really look at there, and we'll be diving into that as well. Now, Rachel, what was your question earlier?
Oh, it was just if we had any updates on the fast charge. You had mentioned, sure. Yeah. For some reason I thought we were a go and someone had bid on that project, but I might have misunderstood. Yeah, so there's two locations slated for our service area. One's in Archuleta County, one's in La Plata County. Archuleta County is definitely a go. All the agreements are in place. The site's been located, got the bids. Everything's going there. It's going to be right next to our existing level 2 charger near the geodesic domes and everything. That one's really moving forward. The one in Durango, there was originally trying to put something at the Smiley building that just didn't work out for the parties involved. And so they're looking for a new host to site that electric charger. The city, LPEA and the city together have been working with the state trying to determine where and how to structure this the best. It may be that La Plata Electric, and we're going to be running the risk analysis on and all the analytics, that we're going to look at owning and operating, being the host for this site. Now, we can do this with some funding that Tri-State's making available to us. They have $45,000 that we can use towards electric vehicle charging efforts that are separate and apart from the matching grants that they give us for the individual homeowner chargers. And so we're trying to make something work over at the transit center is where we're focused on right now. And we got the MOU just recently in place with ChargePoint, and we're
to talk about this a little more freely.
Tim has a question, a hand up, and then I think Jack, you did, or it's down now. But Tim, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. So my question when I raised my hand was, is there some place you can point us to what kind of programs you either are or anticipate will be in the beneficial electrification category? That would be helpful. It doesn't have to be now, I don't think, but that way we could understand more about, you know, what you anticipate would be under that category. And
yeah.
And then that, what you just said brought up another question, which is for level 3, I thought, I didn't think that LPA could sell at retail very easily on that level 3. Is that an issue going forward?
We're still looking into all this stuff. This is all still very preliminary. We're just trying to figure out exactly how something like this might look.
All right, thanks.
As far as other categories that are inside of beneficial electrification, the primary one are going to be heat pumps. And so that would be water heater, heat pumps, as well as domestic space heating. Electric vehicles are going to be far and beyond the heavy hitter in this category.
Thank you. Jack, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Nadine. And Dan, I raised my hand because of the transit center and the partnership with the city. But to follow up on that, why would LPA be the host of that if it's at the transit center? And maybe that's too far along to negotiate.
Yeah, this is still too far along right now, or not far enough along yet. So we're just looking for different solutions that are out there right now, and then we'll pull that all together.
Rachel, go again.
The last one, take it or leave it. I just thought of, you know, that emissions factor, because you mentioned that's such a cornerstone of our I guess it's more emissions goal. Never mind. I was going to say that would be an interesting metric to have on the dashboard somewhere. Just what we're aiming for and where we're at. And again, it doesn't change very often, but it'd just be interesting to see. Definitely take that or leave that.
Right. Yeah, and that's going to be something that just changes annually. So it might be just a report when the data is available as opposed to a monthly update on that possibly. So.
Great, thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Can I throw out something, Nadine, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just a quick thing for interest on that whole topic. This weekend's Wall Street Journal, there's the automotive reporter, a guy named Dan Neal, who's written a lot about every auto and he loves cars and everything, but he posted 2 pictures of Los Angeles in the summer and LA last week. And it's this astonishing difference in what it looks like. And he actually writes this article that says, these guys are amazing and EVs are probably going to get us there. And it goes on to talk about how, you know, different incentives and things might accelerate that. And he's an old gas diesel car guy, and he's kind of flipping around saying it looks like this might be having some amazing effects on the not only the environment but the general health of the population. So if I can find that, I might try to send it out. But it's very interesting from a pretty conservative writer.
That's great. Holly, I see you have a hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Nadine. I would like to say that I really like that key performance indicators chart. It makes it really clear and straightforward. And I do appreciate the addition of the beneficial electrification and the safety to that. My question is on the March key performance indicators, we had 2 metrics that were in the yellow. And one of them has changed to the green, the equity metric. And I'm just kind of curious what shifted to cause that.
I can answer that, and it's a regrettable but simple answer. The original was wrong.
Thank you.
Yes, so the finance data is March because we, and then next month you will see April's data as we start adjusting the dashboard and catching up. Any
No,
other
it's
questions?
the other way around, Nadine. It's still currently February, and you'll see
Oh, you're
March
right.
next month.
You're right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why Carl is in finance. All right. Jack, you have a question, and then Joe.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm jumping ahead here. I'm on, but it's tied to Dan's presentation on page 44, distribution utility of the future. And I think it gets back to what we we're talking about with the concern with EV sales being the measurement. And I get what Dan was saying is that's where we're going to get our biggest bang for our buck. I think with the way the uncertainty of the economic future around EVs, and it's something that I've been wanting to do more, that kind of this gets back to our vision statement. And exactly, I would like us to revisit as a board and leadership team, revisit our vision statement to actually define what that actually means. Because I think that's going to help us if we do face some economic uncertainty. What does our vision statement mean? And that gives us some guidance to move forward. I think we need to hammer that out a little bit more. I haven't been really clear. It sounds great, but I haven't been really clear about it since it was first presented. And I think that's something we need to do strategically as an organization, is really, what does that mean to be the distribution utility of the future? And I think that's, to be able to hammer and define that, is going to help us through what we may be facing in the next several months or year.
Yeah, I
That was my
think
comment. No question there.
that's a really good point, Jack, and let's put that on a future agenda to look at what that would look like for strategically. Anybody else? Dan, did you want to add to that?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Joe,
I'm just going to add that, Jack, it's a good question, because I think it's a terminology that is used often as an umbrella. And actually, Dan and Hillary's teams are working on what that would look like strategically. And so, again, while we just show an electric vehicle snapshot here, we are getting pretty aggressive on thinking about electric heat pumps as well. For example, working with the Southern Ute Tribe, they have an interest in working with their low-income community to move their all-electric homes or even their propane homes over to electric heat pumps, which are more efficient and effective. So again, I just want to give you guys, this is just a snapshot, but we're working pretty aggressively on an overall strategic plan of what that looks like and how that would meet this utility of the future kind of phrase. And we are also working with other groups. There's a group out of the Northwest that's been really great about what does utility of the future mean with technology and all these different pieces of the puzzle and how it all comes together as utility of the future. So it's a great conversation. And as Nadine said, we just need more time as a staff to work through the strategic plan, and then it would be a good discussion in the future. So thanks.
Oh, great. Thank you, Joe. You had a question?
I mean, Nadine, you're calling on the hands out there, Nadine?
Yes, Joe?
Yeah, stop me if I'm jumping ahead. I just had a question on the safety report.
Yeah, let's wait for that. Let's finish up the dashboards and we'll get to that if that's all right, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
Gwen, you had a question?
Yeah, did I hear correctly that this key performance indicators is February data?
For the finance.
Okay,
Is that correct?
I think that
Carl?
should be made clear anytime you're showing data that's not what we would expect, or at least I would expect that this is all March data. And so if you're showing data that's not, current data, it ought to be labeled as such.
A really good point. We'll fix that. A really good point. All right. Any further questions on the dashboards before we move on to the...
Kohler has a hand up.
Oh,
Nadine,
Kohler,
Kohler's
sorry. Go ahead, Kohler.
Yeah, I have two questions. So on page 31, we have the outage summary by cause category without MED. And
yes.
It states on there the last update was 4/9. So is this like a rolling 30 days? Is this year to date? I'm not too sure what that data.
Yes, that date, the data was pulled on 4/9 from, and it is rolling data from month to month. Does that help?
So it's the last 30 days from 4/9?
Actually, Dan, could you help me with that question to make sure? I thought it was going, it shows the update for each month.
So that's just strictly for the 9 days of April?
That is a really good question. Dan, could you help me with that?
According to the man that knows it all, Mr. Fuqua, he says it's year to date.
Okay, that's, yeah, year to date.
So thank you on that one. And my next question is on page 39, and it's showing the Facebook audience growth. And it has a bump on the 29th and the 30th, and that's not reflected on the other table. So I was kind of curious about that. Like the page before that, the Facebook engagement doesn't have that bump. If there was something that created that growth in that period, because that's the second highest of the chart.
Hillary, could you address that?
Yes, I'm just pulling up the chart here. And you're specifically speaking to page, is it page 12?
No, page 15.
Page 15.
It's page 39 on our document.
Right, so that is how our audience grew that day?
Yeah, on the 29th and 30th, there's a bump there, but the engagement, like the chart, the page before that, doesn't have any kind of a bump. I just thought, I wonder why that was, that we had an audience growth on those days.
I know what that was. So basically what I don't think was being done in the past, but what I've started to do now is there are people that see our content because it's being shared by others, or it shows up in their stream because of likes and shares of their connections that are not actually following us. So what you're able to do is when those people sort of have an interaction with your content through, because somebody else is sharing it, it shows up basically as an alert that says this person likes this post, invite them to like your page to see more. And I don't think in the past that we've been proactively inviting those people to our page. And so that was the day that I started going back through time and looking for all of those people that had engaged with us but weren't following us yet, and actually sent them invitations. And so now I'm starting to do that on a daily basis, but I believe that is what that bump is for. So it wasn't anything to do with our content or anything that day. It was just that sort of back end invitations.
Thank you.
Holly has a question.
Great, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to Betsy Lovelace for her 34 years of service. I really do appreciate everybody who spends so much time and dedication in LPEA. So I wanted to acknowledge that. My second question is on reference to page 34 of 288, and it's the member engagement goal. And so it says, we seek to ensure our membership is educated about LPEA, including accurate portrayal of our challenges. And I think we do a really good job when we're having, challenges with, say, an outage or something like that. But my question specifically kind of circles back to something Kirsten had mentioned about how are we going to help our member owners understand how to address the rate increase that is coming down the pipeline in this challenging time. I think we could really do a lot to help our member owners understand how to mitigate that peak demand charge. And I'm just curious, what our strategy is on that. Thank you.
I can speak to that. So right when I first started, I started a bit of a mini campaign to get ready for the launch that was to be on April 1st. Somewhat sidelined because of the COVID stuff. Now we're moved to July. It does give us somewhat of an opportunity to do a more robust campaign around that, but it also presents new challenges because now we're dealing with a customer base or a membership base that is dealing with more economic issues than they had previously. So to that point, we've just kind of come over the hump of communications around COVID. I'm now starting to look ahead and do a communication strategy for that. But it will obviously be multi-channel. We have some very strong talking points already, which I'd be happy to share with you guys as well. Would like to re-engage with the media, had engaged with them previously to get some more coverage prior to the April 1st date, but we'll do so again for the July. I think there's things that we should be doing on the radio, obviously our website, Colorado Country Life, every channel that is available to us. So that is on my radar as something that needs to be developed, but in some ways I think it is even more important now, a really strong communication strategy around that.
Great, thank you, Hillary. Kirsten, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I do, thanks. Speaking of the talking points, we were told when we first got this, we would get talking points, and long before anything about COVID we should have been out there campaigning this. So when you say you're going to do this, and we bought ourselves some time, but in a bad way, are you thinking this is going to be a month-long plan, or is this going to be a 2-month-long plan that we're going to start in May? Just can you give me an idea on when we start beating the drum pretty loudly?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can start soon. Obviously our resources were somewhat bound into the COVID work, but now we're starting to look ahead. For example, we're doing a lot of work right now to figure out how the $50,000 that has been allocated from the unclaimed capital credits will be distributed. As far as the talking points go, they actually are on the website. There's quite a robust Q&A that is on our website right now, and we'd be more than happy to link that to you. But I mean, as far as the actual length of this, that's something that I think 2 months would be a good lead time to get started.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out the thing on the website. I'll go look there too, please.
Great, thank you. Gwen has a question.
Sorry, I think Rachel had her hand up before me. Are you okay, Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, but I finally figured out how to raise my hand. I kind of lost it all. Sorry about that. This was actually, it goes along with the communication strategy, and it's really, yeah, obviously it's got a robust and multifaceted kind of way of getting word out. This cued to me when I was looking at that spreadsheet that got sent out about, you know, the different ways to save money with different appliances, et cetera. And do we have, what's our graphic design and infographic capability within LPEA? And Hillary, is that a large, I would say that it's probably need to be a large part of how we move this forward, just to make it shovel ready and simple, and, you know, for multiple audiences, that for the folks that don't like to read lots of words.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. So we have been proceeding to replace Lonnie's position. And we went through the process of doing interviews and have found someone that we really want to hire, but are somewhat delayed and have offered that position, but are somewhat delayed in bringing them on board because of all of the COVID stuff. But as far as the future of our communication plan goes, and what I plan around that, infographics and really understandable bite-sized data are very much a part of that. And so are just short videos. In the future, you're going to be seeing a lot of videos coming out because that's really the best way to be communicating with people, specifically in the digital sphere. So that is very much in my plans.
Gwen, you're up.
Yeah. Obviously, being in the middle of a campaign for re-election, you know, I'm hearing an awful lot about the rate increase, and I mean, some of it's just trolling people, you know, just making a big deal out of it. But it's clear that even with what we've done, people don't understand it, and I think maybe we're not hitting quite as strongly as we should on the key points, which is for residential members, this is aimed to be at a 4.5% rate increase. So the average residential member should expect an increase of 4.5% if they do nothing different than they're doing now. And then, of course, they have the opportunity to reduce that by moving their energy usage. So I think that's very important. The other thing that I think people don't understand is that for most of the things that you do in the evening don't really use that much electricity. I mean, you can be on your phone, you can be charging your computer, you can be running your TV, all that sort of stuff. And we talked about this before, but I don't think there's been enough emphasis on the fact that what you want to do is to not use the appliances that are heavy electric users. So you don't want to run your dishwasher, you don't want to run your washer, with hot water, you don't want to run your electric dryer. Those are all things that you can shove into a different time frame. But I don't think there's been nearly enough emphasis on that key point, that you don't have to change your lifestyle in the evening because of this 4.5% increase. So, that's important. The other thing that we said we were going to do was provide some timers and things for people to help them mitigate this. And I haven't seen any movement on that. And I think that also is something that would be very positive. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Gwen, for that. Tim, you have a question?
Yeah, Nadine, and I want to add that Gwen's point is well taken on the timers. And I know Dan's group, like Dominic, is looking into that issue. So we are working on that. And just to remind folks, the timers were not going to be provided until after the start of the rate increase, which is bad timing. But now we can probably get to it. However, manufacturing for these things are delayed. So just reminding people that all manufacturing lines have been delayed with COVID. So we'll get it out as best we can, but we are limited to this issue at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tim?
Yeah, I'm curious, Hillary and Jessica, about in this communications plan, is there any opportunity for public meetings? When we had those 4 last year with the power supply committee results, the feedback was pretty good, I thought. And those are things which could be also captured in a video that you could use segment by segment. So I'm just curious how much the plan includes some, like town hall meetings with members and so forth.
Yeah, I do. Before Hillary starts, I do want to mention that Dan and the team had been going out and doing meetings with all of our top customers. Just remind folks that it's not that we haven't been rolling out the rate increase. We have. We've gone up to Fort Lewis. We've gone to hospitals. We've gone to the tribe. We've met with the Dan's group, the Cattlemen's Association. We have been going around talking to people about the rate increase. So just want to remind folks, we have been doing it. We had a big stall, obviously, because of COVID. Yes. We're going to restart all that work. But in your point, Tim, yes, I think the town halls is a good idea. Dan actually went and presented, Dan, where it was Economic Alliance, I believe. You already presented to that group. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. So we've been going around presenting to large groups about the rate increase. And Hillary, do you want to talk about the town halls?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Tim. We need to look at every avenue we can to answer questions. I think a lot of the issues, a lot of the fear that we're seeing in some letters to the editor or things that we're hearing are just misunderstandings about, back to what Gwen said about exactly what the rate structure is that is coming forward. Obviously, group meetings are a thing of the past for a while, but I think Zoom has shown to be a quite effective tool. So we'll have a discussion within the leadership team and figure out what we think is best. But I think face-to-face and public comment, the new face-to-face is something that needs to be included.
Jessica, I'd just like to comment, one, I was not aware until you said this about meetings for other groups that you're talking about. So maybe that could make its way into the report at some point. Mm-hmm. The other thing is that you know, the biggest impact from this rate increase is on residential. So talking to Alliance and big customers and so forth is good, and I don't have any problem with that. But you know, the biggest change is to residential customers, and I think some way to provide a forum for dialogue around that. You know, obviously, we all know we can't get face to face, and I appreciate Hillary's comment about the new face to face. Even, you know, talking about this in July as we roll it out, or June or whatever, when that is more amenable to real group meetings, I think could be very helpful. At least that's my view, and I'm just curious how we do that, and would like to see that as it goes along.
Yeah, and Tim, that's a great point. Something that we tried this week with staff, actually, Danielle and I did a Q&A. We just opened it for an hour and let any of the staff call in to ask about COVID and safety. And we had a good number of employees call in to ask questions. And so I do feel that you're absolutely right. It's going to hit the residential. And while we focused on more of our largest customers at the beginning, now it is definitely time to focus in on communicating this in an easy way, as even Gwen mentioned. And I even like the idea of holding a Zoom Q&A session for the public quite often, right? And just like open it for an hour, let the public call in, we can answer questions. And then Hillary really brings a great aspect to this as well, where when she started, she said, people listen to stories, right? So I think that her idea is to get video of folks in their daily activities showing what can be done, because people are visual learners, right? They want to see a real human in the house, turning off equipment, with the family at the dinner table. You know, I think relating it to what people can do is much better than just kind of verbal, you know, documents or talking points sometimes. So we'll definitely be looking at all aspects. So appreciate that comment. Okay, Rachel had a question.
Thank you. Yeah, this is just kind of a follow-up, because I know everyone's kind of been popcorning ideas, and obviously there's a lot in the works. And I was just kind of thinking about this, rather than reactive piecemeal. It sounds like, I mean, obviously y'all have big plans in place. Hillary mentioned a communication strategy. Is that actually a written something you can provide to us? It might head off some of these questions, and I think help ease our sense of, hey, here's what's going on for big accounts, here's what's happening at residential, et cetera, et cetera. And then I think, I know I certainly would appreciate that, because then when people ask us, we can point them towards resources. Yeah, I think it would just help us be a bit more informed and engaged.
Yeah, we definitely, thank you for that, Rachel. And we will have to say that a lot of our effort has been on COVID the last couple of weeks, getting our staff off in their own remotely. And we have all of this going. Hillary will have time to work on that strategy, and we'll get it to you. We're definitely not as far ahead as we wanted to, because we didn't plan for COVID. So, but I would say as an organization, we've had a lot of effort in keeping the lights on and reliability this last couple of weeks. So we'll definitely get that to you. That'll be good.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, because I might be picking up some underlying tension. That was literally a future oriented when it gets done, not a why it don't have it.
Yeah.
So
no, I appreciate that. And no, thank you for that. So Jack, could you give us, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Nadine. So I may have missed this when we had this conversation in January when I was at the Capitol, but we were, I know there was a point a few years ago, and this may be more directed to Dan Harms, that there was the idea of time of use becoming the standard, and you would have to opt out if you wanted this, quote, the standard. And we were making the case that people that would go on time of use without even changing their behavior would probably save money. Now with the demand rate increase, how is time of use being pitched? Is that still end result that we want? And could the part of the messaging be go to time of use, you'll probably save over the rate increase of the demand. Is that, I see you shaking your head yes, Dan, is that it?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Jack. So what we've supplied all of our customer service reps with is an analysis on every single one of our residential accounts. When somebody calls in, what they have in front of them is the expected impact of the new peak power charge given their 2019 usage. And also right alongside that is what their bill would have been on time of use given that same usage. And so they can make the recommendation to them which is the best rate option for them. And oftentimes that time of use rate is still a better option. That's where we're at. Did that answer your question fully?
It did, and Bob, the second part was, is that kind of the direction we want our members to go is to time of use? And if so, if it's in general better for our members to go to time of use, how does that impact us financially?
Okay, I don't know if that was mine or not, but as far as the financial impact goes, obviously if somebody changes rates, saves money and does nothing, there will be a financial impact to that. There's been very few, just a decent amount of people transitioning to time of use. And so it's certainly something that's been taken into account there. I don't know if I've got too much more to say on that. There's still a good option for people to take advantage of.
And then to follow up, Dan, so is this the time of use? At one point it was where we wanted to have our members go. Is that still the case, or does this new demand rate increase meet that need?
This new demand rate increase, or this new demand peak power charge, does meet that need. We're just trying to create the behavior and the response, let people know that there's a difference between power at different times of the day. So that could be done but through a variety of different tools. We were focused on time of use. We'd looked at, probably a half dozen different options through the last probably 2 or 3 years. And when we met as the finance committee, we talked about some different options, looked at this one, and this is what we ended up settling with. So I don't see that it is now no longer required that we make time of use mandatory. This is a substitute to that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking, are there any other questions? And we can, I wanted Dan to talk a little bit about the March 2020 sales versus budget on page 47.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. On page 47 of 288, you'll see a new chart we just put together yesterday. Sorry for the late insertion into the board packet, so I don't know if you've had a chance to see this or not, but trying to tell you the story and can give you some indication of where things stand and how this may be impacting us with the stay-at-home orders. Not a significant change here. I would say stay-at-home type of thing started around March 18th, but that also happens to be the day we had a really cold storm move in, and some sales probably picked up because of the cold weather. So things were moving along pretty good. They have dipped slightly. We're seeing maybe a little more of a dip now that we're in April that you'll see next month when we do this. What we are seeing when we look at an individual daily profile for commercial customers is you can definitely see a difference between commercial usage on weekdays versus weekends. During the weekdays, there's a good hump between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. and then it falls back down on the weekends. That hump is much smaller. That's sort of what things are looking now, is that we have 7 days of the week that are weekends. And so there's definitely a reduction in commercial load. I haven't seen a huge uptick in residential load, even when we start looking at things on a normalized basis. So there is some differences that are showing up. As you can see at the bottom of the chart, I've got some some numbers that show the percent differences with each rate class. I think as Gwen has mentioned before, that the residential is definitely where a lot of our margins come from, because that has the biggest difference between the cost of what we purchase and the cost of what we charge on a per kilowatt hour basis. So that is, the residential sector is something we definitely need to pay attention to. In the end, there was a 3.6 reduction. I'll say that the sales fell 3.6% below what we had budgeted. How that turned into dollars is on the right side of that table, and you'll see actual and budgeted dollars that translated to about a 4.3% difference in dollars. But to counter that, our cost to purchase power dropped 6.2%. Now, you might be asking, well, why did one drop 1% and another drop the other percent? Once again, it has to do with the load factor. Things are probably, we're running very steady and flat this month of March. You can see from that chart there that there weren't any real huge spikes of usage on any one particular day. And so things ran fairly steadily, high load factor, so that reduced our cost to purchase power even more. In the end, only a 0.6% difference in gross margins that amounted to, only being $55,000 off of budget. And you'll see these same numbers. I took these straight out of Carl's financial report, and any questions I'd be glad to answer, and Carl can help answer those as well. Gwen?
So I don't understand the revenue numbers on the right. That can't be for March, right? I mean, we don't have $28 million worth of revenue in 1 month.
Year to date.
Carl, that's probably year to date, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
So that's year to date through what date?
I grabbed, yeah, good catch there, Gwen. I grabbed the wrong numbers there. That is year to date.
Through the end of March.
Through the end of March.
Okay, and remind me a little bit about January and February. Were we roughly at budget during those months? Seems
Carl,
like
can you cover that?
Below.
Sure. It was somewhat similar in that load was less than budget and less than 2019, and mainly due to very mild winter. But residential load has remained very close to budget, and as Dan has mentioned, one generates more cents per kilowatt hour than commercial and industrial. So if you look at our revenue, January, February, and March at a gross margin level, it's been pretty close to where we had budgeted. We're only $55,000 short.
So the purpose of this particular graph was to show us what was happening relative to COVID shutdowns and that sort of thing in March. Is that correct?
That's correct, Gwen. And so far in March, everything's looking really quite good, especially relative to other utilities that have seen large drop-offs and, maybe more dependent upon the ski areas. And then when the ski areas shut down and all the visitors don't come into town, much bigger differences to some utilities than us.
Okay, so if you could get the right numbers for that right section and send them to us at some point, I'd like to see them.
Okay, just for March alone.
Just for March, since that's what we're really looking at here. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, that was my intention there. I just grabbed the wrong numbers yesterday. Oh, and another thing I thought I'd mention too is the yellow line showing budget there. That is flat because we only budget on a monthly basis when we do our budgeting, and then we just make the assumption of, divide that by the number of days in the month, and that's what we're targeting for on each day there. Okay, well, I'll get those numbers updated and get that out here later today.
Okay, any other questions on that? Okay, we're going to move on to the safety report, and I believe Danielle is still on. Danielle, did you want to give any high-level summary to kick this off? And then I believe there was already a question. I think Joe had a question about the safety report.
Yes, good morning, thank you. So we did put together the safety quarter report, and there's a pretty detailed summary in there for each accident that had occurred. So if you've had a chance to read through that, I won't read it to you, but if you do have any questions, I'll be glad to answer anything that you have.
Yeah, and I know Kirsten was asking about this too. The accident with the guys in the bucket. I guess first of all, is he doing okay? The guy who got the steel in his eye.
Yes, sir. He's doing well.
Okay. I guess my other question, I know I've done some pretty silly things with home construction projects, but are there any rules on what people are supposed to be doing and not doing when they're up in the air in a bucket?
So the situation with this, they were in a 2-man 1-bucket truck, and the person that was injured was not the employee doing the cutting. And I did ask that question in our accident investigation. Currently, there are no regulations around whether you have to cut on the ground or in the bucket. A lot of times the linemen do have to do some cutting while they're in the bucket up on the pole.
Yeah, I'm sure they hate going up and down. I just hope you look at that pretty closely and see what's really necessary and not, because that sounds pretty crazy to me. So thanks.
Yes, sir. And Justin, do you have anything to add on that point as far as their line work and cutting in the bucket as opposed to the ground?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there are times that sometimes you can't do everything on the ground and your measurements may be off a little bit when you're on the ground. So they make those adjustments in the air. But I do think they keep that in the forefront of their mind on safety. But Joe, you do have a good point.
Okay, so I think Jack has a question.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the accident report for Q1 page. I'm not having a page number here. But so just this is more about semantics than anything, and especially with OSHA, there's such the definition of what accidents and recordable or reportable. And so we're identifying 3 accidents, 2 in Pagosa, 2 in Durango, 1 in Pagosa. In the January 2020, with the substation conductor straining the shoulder, it's non-recordable or non-reportable, but it doesn't mention that it's an actual accident. And then in March 18th and 26th, it has accidents in quote. So, and I'm looking at summary, are we identifying all 3 as an accident for our purposes? Is that what's happening there?
I can speak to the March of 2020, and then I can ask Justin to give us some more information on the January 2020, as I was not with LPEA at that time. So the difference in the summary layout between the January and March is essentially when I took over. So I have a little bit more detail and more specification in there. As far as our injury reporting system, we pull these from there as well. So Justin, do you have anything to add for the January one as far as the non-recordable portion?
No, Jack's correct on that. So for our internal, we are considering that an incident accident, but as for OSHA records, that would be non-recordable, correct?
Great, thank you, Justin, for that clarification.
I see a raised hand next to a phone number, and I'm not sure whose phone number that is.
That's Kirsten. I lost my internet.
Okay. Hi, Kirsten. Do you have a question?
You're just showing up all over.
Pardon me?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me find my question now that the safety report, I don't know if it's in the quarterly or if it was in a daily, but there was a long explanation about restricted days, but none about lost work days, but lost work days is what had the big number. I was wondering if that was just mislabeling.
That is correct, Kirsten.
Okay. Then my second question about lost workdays is, remind me please of the June 2019 incident that we've had lost workdays ever since then.
So the June 2019 incident was an employee had an injury to his elbow. And so we first started with physical therapy, and we went that direction for a couple months, and physical therapy was not gaining him any positive motion with that. So then he had to go into surgery. And after surgery, he came back out and was in physical therapy until actually March of this year.
So was that lost work days or restricted days, please?
That would be lost days.
So totally lost. He was not able to work at all since
That is
June.
correct, until March of this year.
And the elbow incident was in a fall, I don't, do you remember?
So he's using a tool to tighten up a piece of equipment on the line and felt a pop in his elbow.
Oh, okay, so it was just bad timing.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on the quarterly safety report? We're really happy to have Danielle on our team. She's been doing a great job. We've been doing pretty thorough accident investigations and lessons learned. So to Joe, to your point on the metal shavings, some of these accidents just happen and there's nothing that can be done to prevent this. And if they need to be doing that type of work up in a bucket, then they have to do it up in the bucket. But, you know, I think that in how we've done this, we give a memo to all employees about the problem that happened. We try to take out names, but it's a learning opportunity that we've been trying to make sure that we're sending around to all staff, which wasn't done before. And so it really is hoping that the crews look at the incident and think about the process again. So we're hopeful that this case folks will, if they are cutting metal, that they do take that extra precaution. But what we are happy about is that we have people reporting accidents. That's great, honestly, because often in companies like my last one, people were not reporting accidents. So your accident numbers look really low, but it's false. And so you actually want to see a bump up in reporting, because then you can talk about it and teach employees about it. So, and we're seeing that right now. And that means that the trust has also been built up, because what happens in the past is that folks don't report because they get yelled at and they're afraid of that, rightly so. And so we want them to feel in a safe spot so they can report and so that we can teach others. So it's, it's actually been a good trajectory and a positive direction. Okay, so I'm not sure why I don't see the financials in the board packet, Karis. I'm not sure what happened to those. They were submitted. So I apologize.
They're at the very end of the packet now. So if you go to the complete end of the packet, you'll find, at least I found them there last evening, so.
Okay, we'll make sure that those are put in the correct place next time. So I apologize for that, but you're right. They're on page 280. And why they were added late, Carl, it would be great for you to discuss why they were added late, is because we also got the information late. Is that right? So I'll let Carl go through the packet.
I wouldn't say they were late. The board meeting being on the 15th is, I believe, the earliest it can possibly be. So you have the first Wednesday on the 1st, the second on the 8th, and the third on the 15th. So that puts us in the position where we don't get our billing from Tri-State until, we actually didn't get that till Thursday. And then payroll for the month is also closed at the end of Thursday. So that gives us Friday. I think the board packet is sent out on Friday or mid-afternoon. So we're still working on financials on Friday. Monica finished her piece Friday evening. I reviewed it over the weekend, and Jessica reviewed it on Monday. So I wouldn't say they were late. I would say you guys are early. But unless Tri-State can bill us earlier, which I don't believe they can. I know we had a very similar situation at my last co-op. You would be billed around the 10th of the month. Financials reviewed, changed, validated by by a Friday before the 15th is going to be, I think, an impossible task. So that's why your dashboard has still got February numbers, because March wasn't actually signed off until yesterday morning, if that makes sense to everybody.
Yep.
So I'm hoping there's no third Wednesdays that are the 15th. Sorry, Rachel.
Oh, I was just saying thanks for working over the weekend. That's a extra mile.
Where am I going to go?
That's the attitude.
So Carl, can you please walk through it then, since the board just saw it?
You bet.
And maybe not have even seen it, and just to also show that on page 281, which is page 2 of the report, in our finance and audit committee meeting that we had, we got some good feedback from some of the board members about what they would like to see. And so really we tried to make that page number 2, which is page 281, a summary, so that if you want to look at that page and that's it, and you want to say, okay, just tell me what I need to know, tell me what I should worry about, and if you want to stop there, that's great. If not, we also added more details in the rest of the packet. And also I like to point out that Gwen gave us some good advice on the statement of operations, because we were only showing 3 months. And so what Carl's done on page 284 is add the rolling 12 months. So then you can get a better estimate of some of the trends. So we're hoping that, with your continued great advice and feedback, we're trying to make this such that it's easier to read. It's way more transparent than it has been in the past. And I appreciate Carl and his team doing that. But really that page 281 should provide you a good glimpse of what's going on. So Carl, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, in summary, March was a reasonably good month for us, which may sound somewhat strange because we reported a loss of around $90,000. We had budgeted a loss of around 250. So March is traditionally a slow month. I've heard it referred to as a shoulder month, kind of early spring and late fall. So people aren't using cooling, they're not really using heating. There's not a whole lot going on. So loads are traditionally at their lowest point around this time of year. So we had anticipated that, but where we were able to report a positive variance, i.e. a smaller loss than we thought, is cost control. We're working very diligently on eliminating discretionary costs. You will see that the admin and general expense line was higher than it has been in previous months and higher than budgeted. We got hit by a lot of our legal fees this month. We had anticipated that. Unfortunately, when we put the budget together, we did not know which month these would be coming in. So we just spread it evenly through the year. So we have about 65% of our budgeted legal fees coming through in March, which I guess is really the only ugly line in our operating expenses. Everything else has been kept very firmly under control, so that we have been able to report a positive variance for the month and for the year to date. We're tracking reasonably well, although I think the next 2 months are going to be the story in terms of how COVID is going to affect our load and particularly our collections. We're not seeing any income statement impact to collections yet. We may have to consider putting some sort of allowance or provision for doubtful debt. I don't see a need for that as yet. I see about $100,000 in overdue accounts as of today that weren't there last year. That doesn't mean it's all COVID related, but I think we can all use our heads and think a lot of it is. It'll be interesting today. I know some of the stimulus money was deposited today in Colorado. I don't know if that will help us. I would imagine people who are struggling and aren't going to get disconnected are not going to put us at the top of their priority list, but we shall see. Cash remains reasonably strong. We were able to put another $1 million of cash in hand, cash on account but some of that is part of our rate stabilization fund. It's considered cash because it's sitting in CFC short-term investment. And we know we have at least $1 million of that earmarked to mitigate our deferral of the rate increase. So what else do we have? Let me have another look at another thing you'll see is underneath operating margin, we're showing a loss from our investment in Fast Track. They're actually doing fine in terms of operations, but unfortunately they have some funds tied up in investments that are market connected. So obviously we know what the market did in March. So it's an unrealized loss in that what they're showing on paper is worth less than what it was last month, but they haven't actually lost any cash as yet. And we know there was a decent rebound in the last week or so. So we'll see what happens there, but that's really completely out of our control. Another thing we've added to the report, if you go to, make sure I'm on the right page, page 283, or page 4 of the financial report, this is where we've restated the forecast or the budget for the current realities that we know about right now. And you'll see that we're predicting 700,000 less in total margins, but some of that is related to Fast Track. The income loss from equity investments you can see is only 55,000 when it was budgeted to be $500,000. I'm informed I might be a little low there, so we'll revisit that in April. But if you look at our operating margin with the cost cutting we're putting in place, and as we can see at the moment, the continuing robust nature of our residential sales, we still think we can hit and actually exceed our operating margin budget. So I guess I don't want to appear naive or overly optimistic. That's certainly not my nature as a financial person. I think we have set ourselves up in the first quarter to be in a pretty good position to go forward. I certainly don't want to be reporting margins under budget in my first year managing finances at LPEA, but I think we're in good shape when we consider the unprecedented circumstance. I know in my 26 years doing that, I've never seen anything quite like this. So any questions?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call people out as I'm trying to see them raise their hand. So Kirsten, I believe, was the first one.
I had my hand up back when we were talking about safety. So I'd like to ask that question, if I may, please.
The safety question? Well, unfortunately, Danielle's off, but we can try to answer it.
Okay. it's about, I didn't see anything about near hits, or I know you guys like to call them near misses. And I'm interested in knowing if we are still aggressively seeking those out so that we can use them as learning opportunities.
Yes, they're considered near miss technically by the state and by the US. And yes, we are always tracking those because those are important education components as well. Good question.
And I don't know if I can lower my hand or not. I just do *9 to ask a question. So if somebody has my
You're
hand,
lower
please
now.
do.
You're lower.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we can up lower. Okay, and I'm sorry, I think Tim may have been next.
Thank you. Carl, just a quick question about the PPP protection program. In the committee, we had discussed that you were going to apply. I'm just curious whether that happened or whether you think that will be forthcoming.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. We are applying. There's a fair bit of paperwork to do, which Monica is working on today. We're hoping to get it to the Bank of Colorado either this afternoon. I think it will probably be tomorrow with so many people tied up today. But yes, that is an ongoing procedure. Just some background on that. We have started a meeting with other CFOs, VPs, finance managers, whatever you want to call it, all over Colorado. We met for the first time on Friday. This was a big topic of discussion, and one of my peers has applied and been approved. So even though there's still some uncertainty about whether we're eligible, proof seems to be in the pudding. So Bank of Colorado seemed very hopeful, and as our relatively new banking provider, I think are rather keen to make sure this goes smoothly for us.
Okay, Gwen was next.
Again, in campaigning, I'm getting a lot of pushback from the idea that we didn't distribute the tri-state funds as capital credits this year. And they keep asking, what did we spend it on? And I just would like for you to confirm for the entire board and for anybody that might be listening that we did, explain please what we did with those funds.
Sure, thank you, Gwen. Those funds are the major part of our rate mitigation fund. So we have approximately $3 million in rate mitigation, and $2.4 million of that came from the tri-state patronage retirement. So we did not spend it. It is sitting there, and currently we have earmarked $1 million to mitigate the deferral of our rate increase.
And so that's basically a reserve, right? I mean, we put that money aside and invested it.
Correct. And we have also, I think it's, remind myself of the number, but I think it's around $55,000 worth of interest that we've been able to earn on it that will go into our operating income. Our overall gross income. It's non-operating.
Gwen, does that answer your question? Okay. Joe was next, and I'll get you Kohler. I'm just trying to go down the list of who's been answering their hands. So Joe would be next.
Just a couple of questions. So on that, on the rate mitigation money, will some of that be earmarked for helping out people in the current situation?
As of right now, it is not. I think that's a topic that can be discussed.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just say, Joe, the 50,000 that we did designate to help the community, actually the 90,000, that was unclaimed capital credits.
Correct.
But it is a good question because Carl and I were talking about this, and I've been talking to a bunch of the other co-ops around the state, CEOs. We've all been having conference calls every Friday, and they took our lead on using unclaimed capital credits as well, which is great. But most all the co-ops designated over $100,000. We only did a 50,000. And so Carl and I were talking, the more and more we see our members not being able to pay their bills, we may need to ask to bump that number up. And I'm not exactly sure where to get the money. I did send Holly and Joe a note yesterday asking if we can maybe ask the Roundup board to use some of the Roundup funds to help pay for people's utility bills. That would be one avenue, or the other avenue that I think Carl's alluding to is maybe we look at the rate stabilization fund to assist with that. So we'll be coming up with a suggestion and a proposal, but I would like to see how Roundup, that board, feels about doing it, because the last Roundup board meeting we had this discussion, there was interest in using those funds to help COVID related folks that are being impacted. So good question. Okay, Dan.
Our next
Sorry.
meeting is the 27th.
Yeah, our next meeting is the 27th. Thank you.
And then I had one more question on the summary. So our cost of power is about, looks like 1.2 million less than we budgeted. Is that, do you think that's going to continue, that kind of trend? I don't know what you're hearing from Tri-State, but I mean, that looks like a favorable number in these circumstances.
It will continue because it's completely tied to reduced load. Their rates are certainly not going down or haven't gone down. It's just a question of we're using less, so we're paying less. It will continue, I would imagine, throughout the lockdown and social distancing. I would imagine that variance will increase, in fact.
So, I mean, that helps us, right? I mean, we're paying less for power, even though we're getting less revenue, we're paying less for power.
It really depends on our mix of revenue and the way that our mix is still heavily, well, it's not still, but it's the class that is holding up the best is residential. So revenue is not decreasing as much as cost of power, if that makes sense. Hence, we're able to see, you know, a very, very small negative against budget on our gross margin, i.e. revenue less cost of power, when we have sold a lot less. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, Dan, you are next.
Yeah, Carl, where on the balance sheet is this fund $3 million hidden at? I can't find it.
So right now, Dan, it's a very good question. It sits in temporary investments. But
okay.
we should probably tighten that up and make it clear what that represents.
Yes, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we present, and this is a conversation Jessica brought up yesterday, is we present our financials as they're presented for the Form 7, you know, the report we send to CFC and RUS every year. But that doesn't mean it's particularly easy to understand. So Monica and I are working on, I don't think we'll have it this month or for the April reporting, but we want to have, you know, the standard rural utility income statement and balance sheet, and then an income statement and balance sheet that looks more like a regular business. So you can see salaries in one line, you can see marketing, legal fees, you know, the things that you'd expect to see, and then the balance sheet would be the same instead of temporary investments, which is a heading that's assigned on our regular reporting. We could say this is our rate mitigation fund, which would make it a lot easier for people to understand, I believe.
Yes, that's right. The administrative contains too much stuff. It needs to be broken out.
Right.
Same
salaries are actually spread over, you know, 6 lines of an income statement, when it would be a lot easier if we just saw one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, Kohler was next. Thanks for being patient, Kohler. Oh, but you're muted, Kohler.
Thank you. First thing is the financial highlights and commentary page. I want to say thank you very much. I think that's really, really helpful. I like the color coding. I find that a pretty powerful page. Also, in the data you gave us, I saw that Roundup took a pretty good hit. And I was wondering, is that probably college students that are going home because Fort Lewis closed down early? Would that be a big reason for that? And then my last comment is that in the past, what we've had is any time that the director point changed, we would get an email that highlighted what change there was. I'm either not getting emails or they aren't being sent. And so when like the financials were put in there, I didn't realize it. I didn't get a good chance to look at that. Or sometimes I'd see that there was to upload an update, but I didn't know what was added. So you have to go through everything to see that. So I would ask if you would continue to do that and let us know anytime you change it. It might be helpful for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Carl, just real fast, I'm gonna, for the board packet, you're right, Kohler, what we're trying to do though is limit how many emails Kara sends out to you guys in regards to updates. So for example, we're requiring all reports to be in even from staff on Friday. So Kara's only has to send you one email to say, okay, everything's there. Unfortunately, like we mentioned, just getting financials as we did with Tri-State and then our staff working over the weekend to get this done on Monday. I apologize. You should have gotten another email with that update. So it should be happening that way. So thanks for letting us know that you didn't get it. Appreciate that. So Carl?
I hope you understand, because when I see an update, I don't know what it is with that email. So then you have to go through and see what you've already looked over and what you haven't. So thank you. If you would do that, would be helpful.
Absolutely. Yep. And then Carl, did you want to answer the financial question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kohler. You mentioned something about college students. I didn't quite hear that question.
Well, I saw that Roundup took a pretty good hit. We were down, looks like 40 in the month. And I was wondering if that could be due to college students leaving Durango, going home on account that the college campus was closed down. I don't know why we'd have another big hit. And maybe Joe or can answer that. I'm not too sure, Holly.
I have to say I'm not sure on Roundup. I'll have to. Can I get back to you on that one, Carla?
Sure. There's no big hurry. It's just thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Dave, and I believe was next.
Yeah, I was wondering, I think the 90,000 out of unclaimed capital credits is a good deal, a noble gesture, but have you thought about how you're going to distribute or decide how you would divide it up amongst the different classes and the different people who haven't paid to know that scammers are not getting it, or people who are just deadbeats, so it goes to what I would call the right people?
Yeah, that's a good question, David. So at the Finance and Audit Committee, we also, I think, briefly touched on this because what we're going to do is we're looking at all of our customers who did not pay and were in arrears before COVID hit. And we are going to communicate right away, we're not waiting, with those members to remind them that before COVID hit, they were in arrears that they're still being expected to pay. And work with them to say, we'll put you on a financial plan, but you will still be expected to pay. Then Hillary and her team are working on a plan. And what's great about this is she's having her frontline folks build up a recommendation to the leadership team. So it's good because they're the ones that are talking to the customers on a daily basis to develop a process, David. And what that includes, it will include a application process, and it will require that the members submit documentation that they lost their job due to COVID and could not pay. And then we do have a cap on how much we are going to give each member because we only have 50,000. We think we're going to run out of that money pretty quickly. So we're going to cap it at $100 per member and see how far we can get. And that's again why we'd love to try to find additional funds in case we need those to meet as many of our members' needs as possible. So it will include residential and it will include small commercial, because as you recall, that's what the governor came out with, is a request that we do a moratorium. We had already placed a moratorium on disconnects,
but he came out publicly with an order on small commercial and residential. So we know in particular, those are the hardest hit groups in our membership. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I think that if I remember correctly, that Roundup bylaws prohibit them from giving their funds to pay for electricity. So, but I think that the money that we've put into Roundup would be in a different category.
Okay, that's good. That's a good reminder. So yeah, we'll be, to your point, David, we'll be watching it and making sure that we're helping those customers that really did get impacted with COVID by losing their jobs. Hillary, did you want to add anything to that?
No, just that we're also in close communication with a couple of our Colorado cooperative peers that are doing the same. And we're kind of sharing best practices to figure out the best way to distribute these funds. And yeah, we've got a crack team of 3 that are putting together all of the procedures and protocols now.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that, I think Tim was next.
Actually, I think Kirsten was next, and I can go after her if you want.
And Joe, your hand was up, but now it's down.
Oh.
Pardon me?
Okay, go ahead, Kirsten.
Okay, super, thank you. So, you know, we probably book the revenue at the time we sell it, but on some of these accounts, we're not going to be paid for it for a while. So, but they don't go into bad accounts for a while. So there's going to be a delay, perhaps longer than usual, on our accounts receivable. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure. So that's going to affect our cash flow. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sort of working my way through this. So yeah, we're going to be booking revenue. We're going to look okay from a revenue and from a profit loss standpoint, but we're not probably going to look okay from a cash flow standpoint. Have I got that right, Carl?
Yeah, that's, and the one thing I'm considering so that the two kind of marry up together is whether we need to book an increased allowance for doubtful debts into our income statement. That's where you would see, you know, an equalization of the two. Just, I don't have a good feel of how much that should be right now. As I've mentioned that we're having this meeting of the Colorado CFO group, and it's on our agenda for this Friday. It's a wonderful, I'm really happy we've got it all put together. LPEA was one of the 3 co-ops who was instrumental in putting this group together. And what was really fun, it's kind of on topic for the last thing, is our idea to use the unclaimed capital credits. Pretty much everyone is doing it. And I was getting all kinds of backslaps and kudos for it, but it wasn't my idea, but I didn't mention that. But that helps us to then use their knowledge and best practices, as Hillary was mentioning. But doubtful accounts is something we're all focused on. I think Jessica mentioned that our colleagues up in Telluride, Aspen, and so forth, they're really hurting on load right now. So I expect to get some good information on what we can do. But yes, cash is going to be, you know, every day with working remotely, I'll check in with Jessica and say, what are you working on today? And top of the list will be cash. How much we got? Right. How much are we going to have?
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be prudent to also use the doubtful debt, or what were you calling it? Doubtful
allowance for doubtful debt. Yeah.
Yes, allowance for doubtful debt, because then it'll be reflected a little bit earlier than we would if we waited to see it show up necessarily on the balance sheet. I think it would be prudent because we have to assume that this is going to hurt us, so we need to make it as visible as possible so that you can make those moves. I want you to not be the only one losing sleep. I want all of us to be losing sleep on this.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Okay, Tim.
This is maybe a little out of the box, but I wonder if instead of us taking even that 50,000 or any other funds that we have to manage the the allowance for people to have help or assistance in paying their bills. And if we took that to a bank like First Southwest Bank here, which is also a CDFI bank, and we were the backer for them to provide very low interest loans to people who could use that for paying off their bill over a period of time. That would remove us a little bit from that whole management of that. It would provide a very clear way to amplify that to, 50,000 could be turned into, say, 300,000 worth of loans or something. And First Southwest Bank has a very good online application for a lot of different things, as well as they, being a CDFI, have access to some grant money that others don't. So you might be able to get a match. I just throw that out there as an idea, and if I know some people at that bank that I'd be happy to make an introduction with if you want. So, and I don't have any interest in that bank. I don't own anything there or anything like that. I don't even deposit there at this point. I just know that they have a access to CDFI designation that other banks in the community don't have. So.
Okay, yeah, Tim, thank you. We'll look into that. And in addition to that, like I mentioned, other co-ops took our lead, and some of them are developing their own process for how to distribute the money. And so we're even asking them and working with them and saying, okay, what's your idea? What's your idea? How'd it work? So it's a constant learning process. So I appreciate that idea. Okay, I believe Rachel was next.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was just, it's a super interesting idea, Tim, and I know you all are looking into it more. The one thing I will just put out there, kind of in our, the Good Food Collective, we're working on the emergency response, kind of human needs side of things, hunger, housing, utilities, transportation. And the group that's kind of popping up the most, I think that's the most vulnerable, tend not to actually have access to banking. So that's just a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Carl, did you have any other final remarks before we transition, and any other questions from the board? We're anticipating that next month's financials will look similar, I assume, Carl?
Yes, I would anticipate there won't be as heavy on the legal fees. So that will be one favorable. I would imagine the load will have tailed off a little more than we saw in March, although Dan's analysis as of mid-month is not really showing that. So I'd imagine somewhere similar in terms of operating margin, somewhere around break even, which I would be more than satisfied with.
Well, and I would also mention that the staff has been really good about looking at continuous improvement projects at the company and really working through looking at all of our contractors as well. We're doing a deep dive on that. So that report will come next month. But we're trying to assess, okay, how many contractors have we done sole source versus open up for competition? And also looking at everybody's rates and understanding, can we bring some of that work internal? So I'm really pleased with Carl and his team and others for looking at all options and ideas for expense management, and feel really good about where we're at right now. We've done a lot of continuous improvement and ways to provide more efficiencies and cost savings. So it's been a really good effort. Okay, I see two more questions.
Can we maybe have these last two questions and then take a break, these last two that are up, and then take a break, Joe and Jack? Is that okay?
Yeah, I was wondering, are the applications being used now, and how long does it take? And yeah, what's the kind of status of that program?
Yeah, good question. Our press release and our communication, I'll just make sure you guys go back to that, which is also on our website. It's been tweeted, it's on our Facebook. It talks about how we'll not be sending out applications until after, I believe, the moratorium on disconnects have ended. And we're waiting to see about that. It's typically when the stay-at-home order is lifted, then people can go back to work. So those applications will not be released until after that. Then we are giving people a 2-week period to apply so that we've, is that right, Hillary?
We may give them a slightly longer period. That was one of the things that the team is looking at right now.
And so then then those will come out at that time. So no applications yet. Okay, Jack?
Yeah, to Rachel's point, and then also what I'm glad David had mentioned it, that Roundup's bylaws prohibit them from providing funds to pay for bills, but also seek. I don't know if they got that direction from Roundup or from us at LPEA, but they're also prohibited from providing funds to pay for electric bills. And I don't, like I said, I don't know if that comes from Roundup or if it comes from us, but that would be, to Rachel's point, where those are the most desperate are going to go and be looking for some sort of relief. But at this point in time, we can't pay for their electric bills.
What we plan to do as well is, because I know a lot of people are quite overwhelmed. There's a lot of promises of money, but people aren't actually seeing that money yet, and it's causing a lot of anxiety. The fact that we're going to be doing direct communication to all of our customers that are in arrears gives us an opportunity to actually highlight other programs as well. Because we'll say that we're opening the application period, they have a certain period of time to apply. We'll tell them what our max amount that we are able to give is, but it's also an opportunity for us to list, in addition to this, you may want to also apply for this, and this. So the fact that we do plan to do direct communication, like letters to all of our customers in arrears, I think is a good opportunity to share information about the other funds that hopefully by then will be all set up and ready to go and have funds available for utility assistance.
Are we okay with taking a short break here now, Jessica?
Yes, thank you.
So it feels like we probably wrapped up the financial discussion. And when we come back, we can go on into reports and board action. So we'll be coming back to the Finance and Audit Committee report, Tim, and then just roll along from there. And then at 11:30, we're going to have the attorneys on, and that's a hard stop at 11:30. So let's take 10 minutes right now, come back at 2 minutes after 11.
What was your temperature this morning, Bob?
I don't think I looked this morning. Yesterday it was 19.
Yeah, I had 0 at 6:30 this morning.
Did
Or
you?
10 above at 6:30.
I had 19 yesterday. Maybe a little lower than that, 15. Very
Yeah, I had
cold.
15.
And we've had wind. Have you been having wind, Dan?
Been unmerciful,
Yeah.
cold wind.
Yeah, really cold.
Temperatures are up in the 40s, but that wind chill was horrible.
I know, it doesn't feel like 40 out there. Looks like we are back at it. Pretty much. Well, half back.
Hey, Kohler, what page do you see the roundup in the financials?
Give me just a second and I'll let you know.
$288.
Yeah, the very last page of the documents. Thanks, Dan.
All right, let's go ahead and say our meeting's back in session here. We're at the section that starts on 51, where we now go into board work and possible action, and it starts with the Finance and Audit Committee report, Tim. So we'll kick it to you, and then we'll be moving on into the other items right under that. But go ahead and take it away, Tim.
Bob, before you get, could just hold on just a second. Let me ask Drew a quick question.
Sure.
Drew, on my iPad, I get to the page that has the confidential board packet and it says download updates, and I rub on it and touch it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it goes back to the home page. Do you have any suggestions how I can keep this open?
Okay, so you're telling me that, what are you seeing, the agenda?
No, I haven't got to the agenda. I'm actually seeing the, well, you might say the agenda for all of the meetings. It has like the April 15th meeting, the May 20th meeting, the June 17th. So what I would normally do is touch on the April 15th meeting where it says download updates.
Right.
And then it would come to the agenda and the board packet, but it won't do it most of the time.
Yeah, it should be a link. I'm getting into my iPad version of it right now. It should take you right to the agenda when you tap on it on the calendar. Let's see, are you tapping on the 15 or the LPEA Board of Directors in the calendar?
Well, there's a place there that says downloading. I've tapped on it a few times and now it started working, but we can talk about it later. It's been giving me a fit all morning.
Yeah, we may have to
stay up there.
Well, we can work offline on that. Maybe do some screen share.
Yeah, we'll be at lunch break here in a little bit, and hopefully you can work that out. Yeah, Holly, you have a hand up?
Yes, sir. I would add that since we've been back from break, there is an update, just so we're all on the same page.
Update to the board packet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it look like 51 is still the same page?
Yeah, but the financials are now in the middle of the board packet. They're not at
Okay,
the
now
end.
they're more where they should be on that front end. Okay.
And that would probably explain what's going on with Dave, and it's probably downloading that
It's
update.
downloading an update. So Tim's, I think, finance and audit report's now on page 60. Is that right? Once you refresh. So let's kick it over to you, Tim, to give us that report.
Everybody ready? Yeah, I included the report from the Finance and Audit Committee that occurred on April 9th. There's no specific recommendation from that committee meeting to the board, therefore no action. I'd be happy to take any questions anyone has. I think the report is fairly self-explanatory. Don't want to take time explaining what you can read. So any questions?
I think we covered, thank you. And we covered a lot of really great detail in all the staff reports earlier. So I want to compliment the staff on that, and the finance report was well done there as well. So we're good, it looks like. And then there's nothing on policy or broadband, right, Gwen? Because they're kind of suspending action until you have a chance to meet live.
That's right, or at least on the broadband committee, we decided that we weren't going to get any traction with anybody in terms of looking at anybody outside of LPA, in terms of looking at that, as long as this COVID thing is going on. So we're indefinitely postponing that.
Okay. And policy, perhaps, possibly if things come up, you guys could work on that in the same kind of format, but
sure,
as required.
And that's normally I mean, we're just planning to meet quarterly in that committee, and we met in February. So sometime in May is what we're looking at.
Okay.
And probably the other thing that I think we'll do in that meeting is look at a bylaw change that will allow us to do a remote annual meeting in the kind of circumstances that we have now.
Yeah. Good thought on how we plan for this next year or for whenever the future brings us around. But we definitely highlighted how we need some flexibility in our bylaws for annual meetings. Let's go on then to we have that Kent Singer memo, and it relates to Tim's one discussion from last time. So I'll let you take the lead on that. Tim, go ahead.
Before that, I had my hand up on the broadband committee.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Given that there was a 6-month time frame on that obviously will be exceeded by virtue of the coronavirus thing, I would make a motion that the broadband committee time frame be extended to the end of 2020, December 31st.
I would second that.
We have a motion and a second because there was a 6-month window on that, and now we've suspended here for a few months, and we don't know how many months. So the motion to extend the life of that committee, not changing the budget or anything like that until, and that committee, by the way, works without per diem. So to the end of 2020, that's the motion and a second. So any discussion on that while it's on the floor?
So it was Tim that made the motion and Gwen that seconded.
Correct. Thank you for saying that out loud. Any further discussion on that? Okay, let's do a voice vote on that. All in favor, unmute and say aye in chorus.
Aye.
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 Arr.
All opposed, unmute and say nay. Motion carries. Any abstentions? No. All right, so the life has been extended to the end of the year to finish that work.
Thank you, Bob.
Great, thank you for getting that in there. Do you want to should Shay comment on the Kent Singer memo, and then Tim, you come back to your thoughts and possible motion for some action there? Or do you want to go first? I'll let you make the call.
I think I can shorten things a little bit. I don't think at this point that we need to pursue this. I'm not sure what the legislature will do. I'm not sure there's a full understanding yet of what that might mean. So I think I'm just going to withdraw the issue at this point, and we'll take a look at that later at some point, if need be.
That sounds good to me. Any thoughts or comments anyone want to make on that? Or just given our circumstance, sounds like a wise recommendation. All right. Let's move along then to the, we need to accept the minutes for the 2019 annual meeting for member approval. And we have a, we have a final and a red line there, is that right? Have all the corrections been, help me out a little bit here.
Hi there, Bob.
Yeah.
This is Karis. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. I sent a red line, an email with the final red lines in it to everyone this morning. I just received Attorney Denning's red lines last night. So rather than put it in the board packet, I emailed it to everyone so there wouldn't be confusion. But the final red line does include everything that the directors contributed, as well as Attorney Denning.
And so
we on a page somewhere.
Go ahead. Who's got a?
What page are we on?
Page
So,
6.
oh, go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, it's page 65. It should be. That's when I refreshed it.
But Director Landowski, look for an email from Karis of this morning around 8:30.
So 65, but it's kind of, 65 is the middle of the red line, I think. 62 is where it starts. Is that right? Karis, can you?
I'm checking here.
Now procedurally, Shay, just quickly, Shay, do we need to approve these minutes today from last year's annual meeting?
No, what we're doing is that the members will be the ones that vote to approve the minutes. This is just giving the board an opportunity to make any comments so that the version that goes to the membership has all the typos corrected, the language correct, that sort of thing.
Very good. That's what I was kind of struggling with for a second there. It's our edits before it goes to the membership for approval.
The red line starts on page 71.
But aren't we supposed to be looking at the one in our email?
That's correct. Everybody needs to pull the one from the email.
My bad.
From the email this morning.
That doesn't look to me like that's a red line. That looks like that's with everything accepted.
Gwen, if you're viewing that on an iPad, it won't show red lines.
Okay.
So I can probably share my screen. Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah. Tim, go ahead.
I mean, getting this at 30 minutes before the board meeting, I just think it's like we're trying to do something that isn't very reasonable at this point. I would say, why don't we punt this till next month? Anyway, or people can, I mean, we don't have to approve it. It's approved by the members, right? We can wordsmith this offline. I just feel like this is kind of jumping down a rabbit hole that's not necessary. So that's my 2 cents.
I know I'm a little confused myself just on what I'm looking at where.
Bob, if I may, if everybody is unable to find the email and they're only able to connect with the red line that's in the board packet has all of the edits except for some language. Let me get to the page here where Shay changed some language, changed the word default in the board of directors election results, I believe. But other than that, everything that you see in the director point red line, everything that you see in the director point red line contains everything except that one change, if that makes sense.
And what pages, when you say that, so that final red line is all in the board packet with one exception of being Shay's. What pages are those final red, is that final red line?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I got distracted here. I'm looking for it in the.
So I think I see a red
Shay
line.
can help me out and tell me and show me. I just kind of.
It feels like it starts on page 62 with the latest, if that's the one.
The
red line's on 71.
So the additional change is on page 2 of the minutes. And to Director Wheeler's point, this is something that we wanted to bring to the board's attention so that the board could comment on the changes if it so chose. It is absolutely okay for the board just to take note of the minutes and then to send any comments for additional changes to Karis and I, and we can make those and copy the board on all of it. This is something that the members would approve at the annual meeting, and so it's not necessary to have a motion today or to take any substantive comments today if the board doesn't wish.
I think we should just let everybody digest these last version, get a chance to make sure that Karis has a chance to send out or update the board packet and send out via email a final version, and then everyone take a look at it and respond via email. And I think that would get us there from what you said, Shay. Does that work?
I just want to thank Shay for taking out default. Sound like I stumbled in drunk to the election and was granted that. So unopposed is more accurate. Thank you.
Hands up by Gwen and then Tim.
So I just for Drew's edification, when I look at the document that Karis sent out, and I look at it in my Outlook web LPEA email, I don't see any red lines. When I look at the version that was forwarded to my personal email and I open the document there, I do see the red lines. So I'm not sure why that's happening, but the whole reason I couldn't see the red lines was because I was looking in my web email, which still doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because that's an attachment. And I opened up the attachment and still no red lines. So, you know, it would be good to try to figure out what's going on there.
Okay, thanks for mentioning that. We'll work on, you know, the proper format to send it. So my suggestion would be if you wanted to review, kind of be on the same page right now, would be to do a screen share from Jessica, Bob, where I can share what I've got.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't see any reason to do it now. I agree.
I think we should all look at it. Make sure between Karis and Shay, make sure that one new version gets updated and sent out via email. So you can look at it in one place or the other. And between now and next time, put in any more comments or edits, and then it'll be ready for the annual meeting. So shall we leave it there and move on from that? Britt?
A possible suggestion just to consider, Karis and Bob, you might want to make a call on it, would be rather than emailing out a version which appears perhaps different, it could be placed in our shared drive so that everybody sees the exact same thing. And it's a possibility anyway.
Yeah, I personally kind of like updating the board packet because it's an easy place to get it, but then the shared drive is better than email from what you're saying. So those two places, put the latest version and update the board packet and on the shared drive. I think made a good point, Britt, that our different emails versions show different things. So does that sound good, Karis?
Yes, that sounds great.
All right, we'll leave that there. Okay. Going in order on our agenda, the next item up is to talk about the postponement of the May 16 meeting. And that's going to be part of Shay's attorney report, and some of that discussion needs to happen in executive session. Correct, Shay? So we'll handle that in those two sections.
That's correct. And so from a timing standpoint, are we going to have the one executive session at 11:30, or are we going to do just the attorney update at 11:30 and then have a second executive session in the afternoon?
It depends on how long I think we'll have a second one because I'm sure we'll take a half an hour with the attorneys.
Okay, sounds great. Well, then
Yeah.
the only thing that I have as far as the annual meeting update is just to talk about when to hold the annual meeting. I don't have anything new to report from the Election Supervisory Committee.
So this can all wait for both your report and the executive session dealing with that topic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then to more mundane matters, let's go on to director expense approval and see what we can get done there. Tim?
All right. So board expense approvals. That was you were asking there, Bob?
Yes.
So we have a sign-in sheet for the April 9th Finance and Audit Committee. All the directors for that committee were there. We have no mileage for that because we were all there virtually. It was I empathize with you, Bob, about having to chair an online Zoom committee after that. So, and you got a lot more windows to deal with than I do. And the other one is today's board meeting. I believe all directors are here. I don't think we've quite signed that sheet yet. Karis has passed something around or sent something where you can put your name in there, and be appreciative if you completed that, sent it back. And then there were 2 expense reports for the Roundup Committee members.
Can I ask you a quick question, Tim? Can I jump in on that
Sure.
sign-up sheet? Now, where's that? Is that in the LPEA email or?
It's in an email that I received. I assume everybody else on the board received it.
I'm sure I did. I just don't know where it is.
Well, it's been sent twice. Once was this morning, I think, Karis.
Yes, I just received some questions about signing in. And so my response was that I would take attendance on a physical report and as backup in case anyone was not able to go onto the shared drive and sign into their board meeting attendance there.
Does that answer your question, Bob?
Thank you. Yes.
Sure.
And Tim, I sent an expense report to Kara, so I'll just forward it to you right now. Sorry, I lost it.
Yeah, I think we all know who we are here because we can see each other. And I think that's more, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's something that could be done subsequent to this approval. It's a record keeping thing rather than a requirement for the approval, I believe. And the same is true for the committee meeting. It's hard to sign these things virtually. We're doing our best, and Karis has been great in trying to help us get through this new methodology. So I appreciate that a lot, Karis.
Dan
And
has
then,
a hand up before you move on there.
can I just finish the 2?
Oh, sure, sure.
Or, I mean, if you want to take over, feel free. Yeah, we have 2 expense reports for Roundup attendance from Director Metzler and Director Lewandowski. It's a half day, 125 per diem for those 2. Those are the 4 items of expenses that we need to report. And okay, so I'll go down the list here. Jack Turner.
Yeah, Tim, I submitted my report for CREA. It was a half day on the spreadsheet that Karis sent. So
I did not see that report, so maybe you should. I'm not aware of it. So.
Okay, it's submitted where Karis asked us to report. So, and I have no idea how to access from now, but it was half a day for $125.
All right, well, we'll add that to the approval.
Thank you.
Sure. Dan?
Yeah, there's all the sign-in sheets are on the shared drive. There's one for the sign-in for the meeting today where you can put in your mileage, which is 0, and your hours clear across in the total. And then there's the director expense forms, which is on there also, where you can fill them out and it comes right direct. So anyway, that's where it's all at on the shared drive.
Thanks, Dan. That's helpful. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for pointing out the shared drive. I think I got a little lost in things. So I'll do it from henceforth there. Tim, I did just send you the email I sent to Karis with my expense sheet, which is just for LPA meetings, or for 4 core meetings. We had 3 of them this week, and I just expensed for 2 at half days.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either. So, you know, not sure where they get crossed in the way, but if you send them to Karis and not to me, it's likely that, you know, I don't think that's fair to think that Karis has to forward them on. So in the future, I would appreciate you making sure I'm aware of them before the meeting, or whoever is the treasurer. And that way we can be assured that we're accurate in this. So, so you have 2 days, a half per diem. Is that what you're saying, Rachel?
Yes, sir.
All right, just to clarify. Dan, you have your hand up still again? Or?
Yes. What about the training last month before our regular meeting? I submitted a request to pay for a half day for that training. And Kara sent me an email back saying that it would be taken care of this month. So I don't know if that's a paid deal or what. I had to take off work, come in the house to do that meeting.
I'm totally unaware of any training prior to last month's meeting. And I have no idea.
The Zoom training.
Yeah, I'm unaware of that. I didn't participate and no one's given me any kind of report for it. So I would say, let's ask the board what they want to do. I have no idea even who was on that training or anything. So I'm totally in the dark on that. So maybe somebody could clarify who was there and whether or not we want to pay per diem for it.
If I get it correctly, Dan, you're referring to the day that we all, the day before, or 2 days before the meeting, when we all got on kind of to practice Zoom.
Yes.
All of us were there. What's the sense from the group on, should that half day? I'd be inclined to say yes. That was a half day commitment for everybody to be on there and learn how to make this technology work reasonably. Any dissent on that?
I mean, I would like to turn that down for me personally. I think in Dan's case, where he had to stop working in order to do that, I think that makes perfectly good sense. For the rest of us who perhaps were just stuck at home anyway and weren't doing much, I don't want to take the per diem, but you know, I'd leave it up to anybody else as to what they want to do.
Let's just say that I would feel like you are completely appropriate to put in for that if you took away from something else, or you just feel like that's the right thing to do, that's appropriate, and you can turn that down if you'd like to as well.
And what's the mechanism then for people to say they want it or don't want it? Do we send an email to myself and Karis, and I can make sure everybody's, I don't know.
One
or is
way
that part of a sign-up sheet that could be also on the shared drive? That might be the
Yeah, I'm just getting kind of acquainted with this sign up on the shared drive, thankfully, and it feels like that would be an easy way to put that out there. And if you want to be compensated for that time, then you sign in on that sheet. That Karis would put a sign up sheet for that March, whatever day that was.
And that's a half day per diem.
For purposes of reimbursement, can we just say that we're going to approve anybody who requests it?
Good point. I think that's a good idea. Unless anyone has an objection. There's still people with hands up, or do they need to be called on? Rachel? Here. Jack, your hand is up. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So I just need I think maybe some of us need a clarification. When Karis put out that email to sign up as well as the expense reports. Yeah.
You're breaking up, I think.
Okay, so hold on for a second. I'm over capacity here. So when Karis put out that email for the share drive, it seems like I'm not quite sure the purpose of that. I thought, we sign in there, that becomes available to you. Do you still want us to forward that on to you, those reports? And then what's the purpose of the share drive other than what we've done before? It's a little confusing of this process at this moment of what you're needing, Tim, to make a report.
Well, typically when we have a meeting, we do a sign-up sheet. So for meetings, I would look to that sign-up sheet that you've completed on the shared drive. When I looked at that yesterday, there wasn't much in there in terms of people having signed up, right? So, we're all getting used to that. When it comes to external meetings, for example, your CREA meeting or whatever, you need to submit an expense report. That's been a typical mechanism for recording both your expenses and your per diem.
So Tim, just to clarify,
well, Jack,
my expense report is on there. Obviously, you didn't get it, so there's a mechanism. It's not connecting to you. So do you need that sent directly to you?
I'm trying to answer your question. Okay. So you typically submit an expense report. I did not go into the shared drive to look at people's expense reports. I would prefer to get them as an email at this point. Just as if you were at the meeting, you would hand one to me, which is what most people do, 5 minutes before the meeting or whatever, right? So if you have an expense report, I would like to see that through an email rather than the shared drive. So I'm trying to clarify and answer your question.
That sounds clean.
Thank you.
Leave the report as normal, email it in.
Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I interrupted there.
All right. Other questions? Anyone else have a hand up? You still have your hand up, Jack, so you might want to lower it. Unless you have another question. Okay.
So I would move to approve the director expenses that have been laid out so far, including Jack's and Rachel's when you get them.
Thank you.
Second.
So that was Gwen, and I think Rachel was the second.
Yep, second by Rachel.
Thank you.
Do you want to call for the vote, Tim, or you want me to?
Sure, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Or any abstentions? All right, thanks very much for, as we muddle through all this, appreciate it.
It is hard. Some of these things get a little awkward, and it's obviously there's some learning and how to use all these tools. So thanks for working through that, Tim.
Well, thank you guys for being patient with me. Appreciate it.
We're a little past 11:30, but we need to have an executive session to talk about PUC and FERC matters with our attorney. So we need a motion to go into executive session.
This is Britt. I'll move that we go into executive session to talk with our attorneys.
This is Gwen. I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second for executive session. Any discussion? All in favor, unmute and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Shay had her hand up there.
Sorry,
I
Shay.
can comment after the vote. Sorry.
Okay. Any opposed? Comments or discussion? Shay?
So we have to go into the other connection, correct?
Yeah, we have another meeting notice to go into for that. But first, let's hear Shay's comment.
So 2 comments. This is going to be dealing with the FERC and PUC issues, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So then Director Skihan and I are not going to be participating in that. So I'm just noting that for the minutes. And then consistent with what we talked about last month, everybody make sure that whenever you go into executive session that you take care to kick spouses out or kids out or whatever, anybody that would also listen in, so that you're preserving the confidentiality of the executive session. So I just wanted to note that for everybody in case you are in a place where you need to go close the door.
Sounds good. And for you, Shay, you and Kirsten, we'll go into executive session now, and that probably will take a half an hour to 40 minutes, and we'll take a half an hour for lunch. So we'll reconvene at 12:45 will be our target after executive session and lunch.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, let's all see if we can get logged into the executive session unless there's any other comments. There's a hand over there, David. Sorry, gotcha.
Yeah, where is the login information for the executive session? I've got an email here for today's session, but I don't see anything. Where am I missing this new login?
David, that was a second meeting, and I will send that to you right now.
Okay.
Okay,
You have
we'll
to
try to get
leave
there.
this meeting to go into the next meeting.
So Drew, did you send that to my personal email so I can get it on my laptop?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Hey, Carl. Hi, this is Holly.
Hey, Holly.
How are your sons doing?
They're doing all right, I think. No, well, they're still back home. Well,
Are they? Wow,
So
I'm sorry. That must be really tough on you.
it is, but you know, what can we do? But, I mean, it would have been a lot harder a few years ago when you didn't have FaceTime and all that good stuff. So it's working okay, but I can't wait for it to be over. I know that.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm
Having
thinking
said
about you.
that, I'm not homeschooling them. My wife's been left with that.
Yeah, I have a 14-year-old, and he, according to him, he was all caught up, right? Until his teacher called yesterday.
Right. That would be my oldest. My younger one's doing all right, but he's like, oh yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Looks like we are back, close to all the way back. Is that you on the phone, Kirsten?
Yes.
Let's see. Who do we not see out there in video land? Britt? Jack? There's Jack. Mm.
I don't see Rachel yet.
Yeah, thank you. There's Rachel. Still no Brit, right? Jack's there. Dan's there. David. Gotta have our roll call sheet here.
We're still missing Kirsten and Britt, I think.
Kirsten's on the phone. She's that.
Oh, there she is. Yep.
Yeah. And David's there now. Is Kohler there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
To your point, we'll have like food rotting in the fields and things.
I didn't catch that.
Maybe Britt went for a round of golf.
Maybe. As we get going, let me go ahead and say we're back in session here for the afternoon. Before we dive back into the agenda, maybe just ask staff, Jessica and Garrett and Nadine, Hillary, whoever, just comment a little bit on how you think morale is. How are people handling, especially linemen that are out there still running into people, and just generally the sense you get of employees at LPEA, how are they handling this? What's been hard and what's helping out?
Well, I'll let Garrett talk and same with Justin about the crews, but we've been doing a lot of interactive video and other things just to keep connected. Kirsten did have a question about Yammer, and that's just an internal employee only site that Drew and his team put together where we can have employees posting funny pictures or some funny sayings just to have humor. So it takes the place of people standing around the water cooler.
Yeah.
Chatting. We've created kind of a water cooler area. And it's been really awesome. That's actually where we posted our safety video that Danielle completed. And I do, as you've seen, a weekly address now by video, and I post it on Yammer.
Mm-hmm.
We've also made sure that, I've been out with the crews. I was at Pagosa last week on a site, brought them some lunch. We've been just trying to make sure they know that we're there and we're watching and that we care for them. I just was out walking around the yard just now on the break, talking to the dispatchers, making sure everyone feels safe. They have a venue to communicate. The leadership has done a really good job of holding Zoom calls once a week with their staff. So it's again, I think, connectivity and just making sure that everyone has the information they need. Like I mentioned, Danielle and I hosted a Q&A on COVID, such that if people had concerns, they could bring them up and we try to address them and again, give them as much information as possible. So yeah. I think so far, folks are doing well. I've actually been calling all employees in the last 2 weeks personally and just talking to all of them and making sure that they know that we're thinking of them and asking if there's any issues. And so far, everyone seems to be in pretty good spirits. Garrett, do you want to talk about Pagosa Cruise and then Justin?
Yeah, how are people reacting? What's working, what's hard, what's easy?
Things have been going remarkably well. Morale's good over here. I think most of the guys and CSRs were just grateful that we're working. We're pitching in, doing all the little things, and it's kind of just business as usual. I mean, there's precautions we're taking. We're all chipping in to keep everything clean because we've got some contractors that aren't here. So we're cleaning bathrooms and we're, wiping everything down. And Danielle implemented the wipe down Wednesdays. So we've been doing all that. And you know, you can see people getting kind of tired once in a while and maybe a little bit freaked out here and there, but you know, we're a family and we're just working together and working through this. I think it's been going.
Are people worried about the virus and the prospect of contacting people with it, that kind of thing?
I think that's there a little bit in the back of your mind, but not really. We're just trying to just get our job done and safe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always in the back of your mind, I think, but we're just not dwelling on it, you know, just trying to be positive and keep going.
Well, thanks for sharing some of those things. You guys are doing a lot, I know, to reach out, and it seems like connecting with people is more important than ever. And I just appreciate that we're all kind of hunkered down and really pretty darn safe, and everyone else is out there, you know, on the front line in one respect or the other. So we, you know, please pass along our appreciation that somewhere I read about, you know, we talk about critical things, and boy, you got to have the power to run everything at the hospital and run every ventilator and every computer that we're all using. So pretty much a lifeline, I would say.
Yeah. I think it's helping that we're busy. So that kind of keeps our minds off of things.
Yeah. Justin, what were you going to say?
Yeah, just to kind of pigtail on what Jessica and Garrett both said, you know, guys are definitely appreciative of working, and we do have to make that extra effort to make that personal contact with them throughout the week. You know, at the same time, they're not able to do their regular day-to-day work, like physically go out and do a lot of those customer jobs, but we're having them do other tasks. And actually they're starting to see the benefit of doing that. They're learning the system a lot, kind of getting out to some places they generally don't see on a day-to-day basis. So there's a definitely positive thing that's coming out of this for some of us.
Please share our appreciation with everyone out there that's keeping it all running and keeping working.
Thank you. You know, and the other thing is it's National Lineman Appreciation Day on Saturday.
Oh.
So maybe like on your own Facebook feeds or something, a shout out to the linemen would be great. I appreciate that.
Good. Thanks for sharing. I didn't know that. Thank you. So do something.
Thanks for asking about.
Yeah.
It was in my calendar book, of course.
Good for you. All right, let's plow along. What I thought we'd do is we will take Shay's whole report and an executive session that's going to go with that, and we'll handle that later. So let's walk our way through the rest of the agenda. I skipped over travel requests. Does anybody have any? I bet not. Maybe. I don't know. You know, I noticed, this is just an FYI, you can get a flight to Beijing next February for about $179. Just, you know, if you're planning ahead. No takers? No travel requests? All right. We'll put the attorney report at the end. Let's go to director reports and roundup.
Hello all. I apologize for not getting a report in. We had, oh, not roundup, work.
Let's do roundup and then we'll get to you.
Hey, Joe, you want
Roundup,
to take that
Joe
one?
and Holly?
Sure, I can take that. Did everybody happen to read the couple paragraphs in the packet? Basically, we met on the 30th of March and had a long discussion just about, you know, how we can pitch in. And we kind of got the rules a bit from Brigham and Jeannie. You know, we agreed that, you know, however we can contribute money to people in the COVID situation, we're going to do that. I think there'll be more discussion of that next week. I guess I wasn't aware that we couldn't do anything that paid for electric bills, but I'm assuming we'll be able to find a way around that. And Jessica is what she mentioned earlier. So, Jessica, do you want to say anything about that?
Shay sent me over the financials yesterday. I wanted to look at them, and there are the unclaimed capital credits that are filtering to them. And I don't recall that they had a stipulation on the unclaimed capital credits component of it. So I'll just have to circle back with Shay offline and work with her about what's allowed and what's not allowed. Because I do know that we did give money to that SURF fund and others, and those actually do allow paying for bills, utility bills. So I'm confused. So I will double check with Shay because I know that that was done last year during the fire. So I'll find out.
So yeah, I guess we'll just need to have that information before the 27th. Shay. Holly, did you have something?
Yeah, I would add, just like Jack said, that I don't know if it's a written or an unwritten word, but the POC, the Pagosa Outreach Connection, also does not tend to pay any of the electric bills out of that fund either. So I don't know if it's a written word or not.
I mean, it seems that if we were contributing to an outside organization that makes various contributions, that should work because we're not sending it to SURF and saying, or maybe that's what we have to do, send it to SURF and say, you know, we're giving this to you and you use it as you see fit. If that would be agreeable to the board, I think it would be. People are really concerned. And that's all I have.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, then next in the agenda is all the tri-state reports from Kirsten. So take it away, Kirsten, give us some highlights there.
Sure, thanks. So this is starting on page 98 of the board package. So there were a couple of questions that were asked last month and I have quasi answers for. The first one, UB is still working on the project in the LPEA territory. And I know, Jessica, you said that you'd reached out to Tri-State. My understanding is that they gave that information to UB, and if UB hasn't gotten back to you, it's their own darn fault. Because it's a package deal. We don't get involved when folks are working on contracts and get in the middle of their work. So they still are going forward. If they're not able to get the land, then the project will happen elsewhere. But right now, the word is that UV is still working on a couple of various land deals. Any questions on that? I can't see hands raised. I just have a bloody phone in front of me.
Well, this
Any
is
questions?
Gwen. Yeah, this is Gwen. It would seem like that UV or anybody else can't just pick out some piece of land and expect to build a large solar array there, because it's got to somehow there fit in with, you know, our network. And I mean, you know, you can't dump 120 megawatts of solar just anywhere on the network. So I guess my question, and maybe this needs to go to Jessica, is: are they talking to us? Is that, you know, are they just out there on their own? What's going on?
Sure, Gwen,
Not going on the. Go ahead, Jessica.
That's a good question. And a while ago, a couple months ago, when we heard about this, I did call Dwayne. He was hesitant to give us the information, so he talked to UV, and Dan was able to talk to them and offer our support and help wherever they needed it, but also to suggest that we would like to have more information about interconnection. And that was the last time we've heard from them. And Dan, that was last year, I believe. Wasn't that in like December?
Yeah, I guess it was probably a month or a couple of weeks after Tri-State announced their responsible energy plan. So whatever the timing was around that.
So that's Gwen, as much as they've given us.
Anything else on that UB point? The
David,
second
got his
question
hand
from
up.
last month was, did Mieko gas price go down when they became member? The answer I got on that is there traditionally are a fairly low low gas thing. Because gas prices fluctuate day to day, it's hard to say yes, theirs went down either a little bit or considerably or none at all. You can't necessarily tell. They're still frequently selling us to below index, and their difference between index and their price, if they're lower than the index, then they get half of that back as patronage. I sent a separate email yesterday because I'd forgotten to finish my sentence on that their patronage is based on, and this is stuff that I'd mentioned last month on how their patronage was allocated. And there we go, the completing sentence one. There we go.
You have a couple of questions. You want to entertain those before you get too much further along? David
Sure.
and then Gwen have hands up. Go, David.
The Tri-State announced or whoever did announce the 100 megawatt solar array. They called it Coyote Gulch, and Coyote Gulch is over on the west side of the county. And it's near where Tri-State owns the substation that brings the power into our system. And I'm not sure if they call that the Long Hollow substation or the Hesper substation. But my guess is that the solar was planned to go directly into Tri-State's substation, would be my guess, because it's near where the properties are that they're looking at.
Yep.
Okay. So I'd still like to ask about the MECO thing. It certainly appears that they really would not have had a business case to do what they're doing with MECO, just in terms of business, and that it was clearly an attempt to just go under FERC jurisdiction. So it seems to me that it's really important as to whether or not, they are in fact charging a lower price by being a member and then getting some of that money back. And I understand that Tri-State probably doesn't want to talk about that, but it also seems like, that's a big part of whether that's actually a sham transaction or not. And obviously, if they're still charging the same price that they were charging and they're getting capital credits back, then that's, again, why would Tri-State want to do that? Why would the members want to do that? There's no justification for that. So it may be that this will all take place in a hearing or something somewhere, but it still strikes me that it looks very shady, and I think that Tri-State ought to clarify what their agreement with MECO is compared to what they had before. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I got remuted again automatically. So yeah, great. Thank you for that comment. I know that part of Nethergall's deposition was about this and about the MECO and how that all happened. I don't have access to that. I think it's not in the public part of the deposition, so I had to get the answer as much as I got it from people who were willing to talk to me, and that's what I got. So let's see. I'm sorry, I need to go back to my, there we go. Okay. So I was as finishing answering the questions on completing that sentence, and I do show the in that email. It's not part of the report, but I did send an email last night. I'm not asking it to be part of the record because I know I was late getting it in, but it does show how it was calculated, whether or not we agree that it's a fair calculation. Okay, so then my next part is lots of action items happened. There was a resolution on late member payments. Seeing as how a lot of our members are late paying, we are anticipating there might be some member systems that need to do a late pay. We will be waiving the 1% late charge. We won't be charging an interest fee. It will be for 60 days, and we're just hoping it doesn't happen, but we're prepared that in case it does. Any questions on the late member payments? There were 2 resolutions concerning the buy-down formula and the contract termination payment formula. Both those resolutions passed with 3 dissenting votes, LPEA, UA, and Northwest PPD. Those are those folks up in Nebraska I was talking about last month. They all voted no on it. It was a lot closer in the contract committee meeting, and it wasn't really close at all on this one. So we made arguments about that it's based upon an LTFF that includes too much of the future and is too, not quite rosy, but by including growth, by including patronage for folks who aren't going to be participating in that patronage, by including an electric price of 4% growth per year, that it was not a fair way to go about it. And I got to tell you, none of us talked about the 3-year thing. I was so focused on the LTFF, and it's just bloody wrong. I didn't even bring up the 3-year thing. And I still need to look back. Bob, was that ever talked about in contract committee? 3-year notice?
That whole 3-year idea was never talked about or brought up. No.
Yeah. So that was a real brand new one, and I'm sorry I didn't get that thought on the floor. But you know, sometimes you have to choose your battles. Any questions on those? And I need somebody to call out the hands up.
Keep going, no hands.
Okay, so I think Britt did a really good job summarizing what the high points or the low points of those are. I am not as concerned about them using ProSim and blah, blah, blah. I'm more concerned about the input
Kirsten,
into it.
Kirsten,
Yeah.
Kohler was trying to ask a question. I'm sorry I didn't catch it earlier.
Sorry, sir.
Kohler's trying to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a couple questions on the buy down payment formula and the resolution. It talks a little bit about having a seat on the board, and I found it kind of confusing. It sounds like if you go in and you do a buy down payment, then it's up to the board if you get a seat. Is that correct with that part?
Yes, sir, that is correct. So by the bylaws, the entire members set what the classes are. So the Class A, Class B, the non-utility members, or the fact that there can be what the kind of the rights are that go with those as far as governance. A lot of models that are out there. So, for instance, the guy who we were going to try to have speak last month comes from. His name is Tim Sullivan, and he's not a musician. He's up in Minnesota. Their partial requirements, and once they went down below 85%, buying 85% from their G&T, then they lost their board seat. And they said they didn't think it was any bloody big deal losing their board seat. I think people on Tri-State Board think it will be a bloody big deal if you lose your board seat, but you're still a member, you still have the staff, and I think you can actually do more influencing with the staff and by working with your fellow member systems than you sometimes can in the boardroom.
Thank you. And then my second question is on page 2. It's the fourth, be it further resolved. And about halfway through that paragraph, it says, to determining the specifics of an initial open season and possible proration of the available 300 megawatts among members desiring to become a utility partial payments Class B member. And I found that kind of confusing because that 300 megawatts, that's open for everyone, not just somebody in the partial payments, I think. I need clarification on that. And then it can also be,
sorry, go ahead.
If you go into partial payment, then possibly you might not have access to that initial open season. And then the other thing was, well, I guess that's it. Those two need to be cleared up for me, please.
Okay, sure. So on the one about concerning the partial payments and the 300 megawatts, the first open season is of 300 megawatts, so basically 10% of the load. Anybody can bid in for that, or say, yeah, I want a piece of that, I want some of this. At that time that they do start taking some of that away, some of that 300 megawatts away, they become a partial requirements member. So they'll become a Class B member. It has not been decided by the board yet about what kind of governance, if any, will go with Class B members. But you become a partial member, but you're still a member. You can participate in that open season, and you can also participate in future open systems to a maximum of 50%. So once, if you get it either all in that first open season or in future seasons, you get more than, you can't have more than half of your load provided outside of Tri-State. So it's a 50% load. Is that help clarify things?
Well, it did, but then you kind of sparked another thing. Did you say that if you participate in the 300 megawatts, then you automatically become a B member, Class B?
Yes, sir. You're automatically a Class B because there's going to be Class A, which is the electric contract as a whole. You're buying it all. And then there's the Class B who you're buying some. And whether that sum is, yes. So you definitely become a Class B at that point.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, let me go back, please. So then, resolutions on the membership certificates. So these 4, 5, and 6 were all about paperwork, about stuff that has either already been submitted or we were told we needed to submit. I voted for those. If you've got something in, you have to follow when somebody says, I need this information, you get them that information. So we were told that our membership certificates weren't clear. So we get to have a new membership certificate. Maybe we'll hang it on our in a boardroom. Any questions about those 3, which I did kind of lump together? Oh, no, yeah. So those are all the membership ones. Questions on those?
Looks like a couple people have their hands up.
Britt's got a hand up, and then Jack as well.
Kirsten, this is Brett. The membership certificate doesn't say anything about the cooperatives being owners of Tri-State. I think that the wording on those needs to be changed unless they're specifically put it in that way to undermine the fact that we're owners of Tri-State.
Okay, so just a second, Britt. So the membership certificates should have language about what? I'm sorry? Owners of Tri-State? Is that right? Hello?
Yes, that's what he said.
That's what he said.
Okay, owners of Tri-State. Thank you. Okay.
Jack, you're
Thanks,
up.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still back on page 98
Okay.
for the membership, and I want you to explain more, Kirsten, of your rationale because I think I'm reading the last paragraph on page 98 that, and it's particularly, you state that it's some directors' opinions about LPEA and we're being regulated. I think LPEA has made an official, is twice in two different cases it's not an opinion, it's factual that we don't want to be FERC regulated, and that we do see that the PUC is a place for regulation. I think we've fought that and won that in court twice, so it's not an opinion. And so could you, I'm a little, it concerns me a little bit in what you're making almost an executive decision, and you're voting based on really where LPA officially stands. And can you, maybe that's a little bit too harsh, but it's not an opinion. And I like to know what you're, if you could clarify your rationale and why you voted that way, please.
Yeah, sure. It really has nothing to do whether LPEA sent something in or not. I was trying to acknowledge that I might have a minority opinion with that paragraph. So the three below are, I'm much more of a pragmatist than I am an ideologue. So the three below are, we're at FERC. It has been accepted. We have to do some things in order to basically fill out our paperwork. We still might be in front of Colorado PUC. Great if we are, lousy if we aren't. This paperwork does not affect that. This says, this is what you're told you need to do, so we need to do it. You need to have correct membership certificates. LPEA never had one, so now we'll have one. The non-utility members never had one, so now we'll have one. The resolution on the non-utility member class is actually sort of a repeat. UA voted no on all of those, and he was saying because he doesn't want to go to FERC. And in my pragmatist mind is, we are at FERC, so now we have to start following the law there. And so if we have to have these resolutions to have these certificates, we will do that. So I make a big distinction between whether we wanted to go to FERC or not. If you recall, I did not vote for the FERC for going to FERC. I asked for it to be delayed, and then we dragged each other off of that time cliff. But we are there, and we have to continue. We have to work. For me, and you guys are going to be continuing on doing your stuff with the Colorado PUC, and I wish you luck. For me at Tri-State, I have to continue to do the work with Tri-State. I don't see that this is in conflict with anything that LPEA wanted. Is that clarified? I'm not taking offense here. I want to make sure that I'm clear in my response.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kirsten. And I just wanted to clarify that it's not really director's opinions, it's factual. But your clarification and why you voted still seems to stand to the reason why you did. It'd be kind of nice to have that conversation amongst the board if that's if Bob sees that warranted. But because there's differences in opinion on that FERC ruling and whether or not we would agree with your interpretation or not. But that you did clarify, and thank you.
And even if it did matter as far as whether you agree with me on that, what I have to carry in there is, okay, I have to have what's best for LPA and what's best for Tri-State. And for me, going forward, being an entity that is following the law as the law currently is being interpreted is good for the G&T, and it's also good for the all the member systems. So we can in some ways it doesn't really matter what the LPEA board put forward if it's not in the best interest of Tri-State, and it is in the best interest of LPEA. That has been when I have recused myself. But I can usually make it in the best interest of both, or else I vote no. So I either vote no or I recuse. Oh, anything on that?
You take it, I'll just throw in one question. Do you take it as a fait accompli, as it were, that Tri-State is FERC regulated? I know that's what they say, but we still have this point of view that the MECO thing is a MACO, or however you say it, is a sham transaction designed to get around COPUC. So we still, I think on our board, still feel there's a question mark about whether or not FERC regulation is actually completely a done deal or a good thing.
Well, I don't. Do I think it's a done deal? I know they accepted our. I know they accepted our rates. I know they accepted our classification. I know that there's going to be battles in court on, the timing of it. Was it a correct way to bring a co-op under Colorado cooperative law? So that's all stuff that is going to happen in the future. In the meantime, we have been accepted by FERC. If that gets invalidated, I guess would be the word, either because of the co-op law, and I think that's what the MECO thing is. Did we bring MECO in correct under co-op law? Or then this stuff, it all becomes moot. But in the meantime, we're members of, or we are being regulated by an organization, and we have to follow the rules of those organizations.
Okay, fair enough. I think we kicked that around good enough. Let's let you carry on.
Okay, thanks. So those three, then we had unanimous ones, and there was a patronage capital allocation, and I sent an email out on that last night to make clarifications because I realized it was pretty funky looking, and I didn't want anybody to think it went really weird. What happened is in January, when they first calculated patronage allocations, they forgot to take out all the folks with excluded sales. Now, excluded sales are going to be generally ones that are under load retention rates, and we happen to have a load retention rate for one of our big industrial, in fact, our only big industrial. So that was not excluded, and $30 million of White River Electric was not excluded also. So when everybody's got excluded correctly, everybody basically got paid more money except for White River Electric. White River Electric went down almost $1 million. We went up, I have to look at the right place here. Sorry, guys. We went up 46,568. So we were allocated 46,000 more dollars than we were in January. We got allocated it in March. The only member system that went down, and they're the ones who brought it up, said, wait a second, you guys paid us way too much. And then it all got refigured from that. Any questions on that patronage? Thank you. Then there was just all the other stuff was things that we normally do. Demolition contracts for NUCLA, having to get a water system outage, call Ohio. Any of the resolutions we're doing now on any of our systems, we are always considering, okay, are we buying this now? Does it make sense? Most of our big equipment we're letting run a little bit longer than we normally would. So for instance, there might be these big, you can't say that word, big trucks that work at the mines that are millions and millions of dollars to replace. And it would normally be time to replace those, and we're not going to do it because the mine's only going to be going for a couple more years or a few more years, depending upon what we're talking about. So far in April, and I said April, I should have said March, they were seeing a 5% reduction in the load system-wide. I don't know if that, I don't remember what we said this morning, if we were at a 5% reduction or not. Weatherization, they were still trying to figure out weatherization. That's part of doing the modeling for March, because we looked 2 months back as far as the modeling on our system load. This was just a question I had asked of, well, what are we seeing? I know we don't have the official numbers yet, but what are we seeing? And they're seeing about a 5% reduction in load system. And it's the same thing. Every day is a holiday kind of thing.
While you're pausing for a second, Joe has a hand up. We'll take a question from Joe. You're still muted, Joe. You're still muted.
I'm not sure what page it's on because my pages are goofed up, but on the, I guess the deconstruction of the nuclear plant, the numbers really jumped out at me that, you know, the company that won the bid was like $2 million less than the next one, and they were fairly close. It almost seemed like someone's bidding really low just to get the job. Is there any discussion about that on the board? There's such a disparity.
I don't have any notes on having a discussion on that. Sometimes when there's disparities, we do. I can check with the E&O folks. So the E&O committee would have sponsored this resolution. I can check with them what kind of discussion they had, and I'm sorry, I'm just not remembering. So on nuclear low bid. There's also, should be a presentation to go along with this. Might not be because it was a pretty straightforward demolition. Probably by the end of tonight, I should be able to look at that. I think we do have a presentation that was on it, and it may talk about who the different bidders were. And if not, I can try to find out from Barry.
Yeah, it was, well, now it's 139 on my packet, and it was a memo dated April 9th. Barry Ingold wrote it. So anyway, just curious about that.
Okay, thank you. So the COVID, I don't think I attached the whole COVID thing. I might have. I thought it was fairly interesting. So as we at LPEA too, we have meetings where we talk about, well, what could happen in the future when there's not a crisis, but you try to plan before there's a crisis. So there was a lot of work being done in the last couple of years, setting up the different crisis management teams. And there was a meeting on the 21st of January, which was the first one about an initial pandemic awareness. So I thought that was pretty good. Oh, and we did that. Okay, so that's it for my report, unless anybody has any questions.
Joe, your hands up again.
I do.
Joe, and then Jack, and then Tim.
Sorry, I just lowered my hand.
Okay. Jack, and then Tim.
Yeah, Kirsten. So I don't think you have two questions here. One is probably a summary on governance, and I'm trying to find the email you just sent out regarding your questioning, I don't know if it was Dwayne, about a different or a more realistic methodology than the mark-to-market. And I am not finding that email, but you were offering an alternative. Could you talk more about that? That's my first question.
Yeah, I sure do. I went into a lot of detail with this during the contract committee meeting, which was the week before, talking about that, you know, we're basing mark-to-market on our long-term financial forecast. The problem with the long-term financial forecast is it has too much future and growth built into it. It also has board driven ratios as opposed to what our minimum ratios are that are required for our covenant. It has, so what I've been advocating for is what I'm calling an MLTFF, a modified long-term financial forecast, that using that. And I was told at the contract committee that, that'll be just like the Shoshone method. It'll be higher and then everybody will still be angry. And I said, I just cannot believe that. I need to see those numbers. I don't have those numbers yet. I don't have a date on those numbers. I've been promised I will be given a date on those bloody numbers. I know that one of the reasons for dragging, they may not want to know the answer to that because there is, in case you haven't noticed, there are currently 2 member systems who are trying to find an exit number. So they're not going to give that to me until some of that stuff has been resolved. I do believe that there's hope in there. And I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be proven wrong on that. So there's that one. Do you understand that one, Jack?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that.
Okay, super.
The second one, which is really, I want to get some clarity on this. And I know you said you got to choose your battles, but I'm remembering, and it's really an issue with governance. I'm remembering when the board was declining Guzman's offer, but the staff also included what ended up being the reason for the utility scope, the Juvie project, which having the 2 combined, and I remember you looking in hindsight saying you wish you would have separated those. So I don't necessarily agree that this was a battle you could fight. I think the way it's being presented, and that's why I wanted you to tell me more. The 3 years was something that you didn't see in when you voted for it, and that came later, or it was there but it came suddenly. I mean, how was it that, I think it's a governance issue. How was it presented to you the 3 years, or was that just something that followed later?
It was in the resolution. So it was in the resolution that was in front of my face. That resolution was gone over in detail in executive committee, in detail in executive committee, where I was not in it. I don't know if they talked about the 3 year in that or not. I do know it was not called out at all during discussion. I don't know if, I can't speak to if the other directors saw it or did not. I know sometimes, once you get 100 resolutions in front of you, you start going a little dizzy, but I don't think anybody was taking these 2 resolutions lightly. So I can't speak to whether somebody saw it. I do know, that's what, but why I was asking Bob was this in the contract committee, is that's where all the discussion was, and that's where we really had a time to deep dive on it. And after Britt sent out that thing with that summary, I was like, oh, geez, I totally forgot about that 3 year thing, and maybe we all did. So I have some complaints up, that's not the chain of command, but I have some complaints into the president of the board and the CEO. It's a done deal, and it would have been a done deal even if I did bring up the 3 years, because there would still have been just 3 people voting against it. So from a governance standpoint, it was not snuck in after the vote. It was before the vote. Was it highlighted? Absolutely not.
And just to follow up, thanks for that clarity, because it sounded like it was something that was pushed through. Why were you not included in, why was that an executive session, and why was LPEA not included in that discussion? That just seems so irrelevant or inappropriate or not, to what was going on with the PUC. This is something completely different. What was the rationale for you not being included in that executive session?
Well, the rationale going into the executive session is that they were going to be talking about the PUC and FERC and MEACO and all of that. Coming out of it, when I found that they had talked about the resolutions, I did not know why. I talking to some of my co-directors, they said, because you talked so much about this at the contract committee meeting, and your points were all made there. So I don't know if that's true or not. They heard it all again. Well, they didn't hear as much detail in the boardroom, but they heard it all again in the open session anyway. Nobody was cutting me off.
Okay, thanks,
So
Kirsten.
I don't think I should have been excluded. I think it's the same bloody thing that happens with our executive committee meetings or our executive sessions. Is sometimes it's kind of hard to tease out what's just an update and what's an update that has consequence. I would guess that they might have wanted to talk about why are we doing an LTFF instead of a modified LTFF. We have a director who wants to do this, but we think that she's biased. I can only guess, not being in those meetings, and I don't know what goes on in your guys's. I think sometimes some of it is update and then some of it is strategy, and I've been told it's hard to tease those out. And I just want to encourage you the same way I encourage Tri-State to bloody tease that stuff out, so I'm not quite so out of the loop. Because I make guesses, and sometimes my guesses are pretty dangerous.
Tim has a question next.
Yeah, I read in the contract termination payment formula resolution that the contract committee at its meeting of April 1, 2020 recommended to the Tri-State Board of Methodology to calculate a contract termination payment. And I'm just wondering if by virtue of that date, it was an April Fool's joke.
I would hope so, but it wasn't.
Just trying to bring a little levity there, sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Bob, share with us what the vote was coming out on April 1st.
Yeah, so look, I'll just close with this.
Yeah, please, I'm done with mine.
The contract committee that met on April 1st, so beginning with the end and then just back up a little bit. I'll say it this way, it was a meeting from 1 to 5 on April 1st. Most of that time was spent Tri-State presenting that long-term financial forecast, which the contract committee had no input on, no anything. It was approved already by the board. That long-term financial forecast then set parameters for the full contract buyout and the partial contract buyout. So while the contract committee had done a lot of work that I liked related to the Max and Mars models, the thing that we had left out of a decision there was, so what's the final cost of buying out those megawatt hours that you want to use in Max and Mars? Well, in the end, the contract committee had nothing to say about that because the long-term financial forecast dictated what those megawatt hour purchases had to come out at. So while we could fiddle around with whether the avoided cost should be 2 cents or 3.5 cents, which they were actually kind of agreeing that you could fiddle around with those, it came back to the fact that they had to equal what the long-term financial forecast said those hours were worth in the future. So it was sort of a futile exercise at the end. I think the development of the models was really valuable and good. The cost components in terms of buyout numbers dictated by the LTAF meant that the contract committee didn't have anything to do with the cost numbers. So by the end, when it was wrapped up as one big motion to forward all of our recommendations for full and partial buyout to the contract committee, there was a vote. The one vote was to table it and work on it more because a lot of people didn't feel like the work had been fully vetted by the contract committee. The motion to table failed like 23 to 16, something like that. And so then the motion came back up to forward a recommendation for these models, including the cost assumptions, back to the full board. And that passed 24 to 15 systems voting against it. I voted against it, and obviously 14 others voted against it, which is probably the closest vote that's been at Tri-State in a long, long time. So there's not a big unanimous support there, but they may say there's another meeting to be had, but I feel like the contract committee is over. It's all come back to the full board. That happened that was on a Tuesday, April 1st, which I think is Tuesday. The next day, the full board approved it with a resounding majority, with only Kirsten and a couple others voting against it. And the next day, they filed all these rates at the FERC. apparently a 500-page document that was all ready to go based on those. So it was a pretty slam dunk, hard roll process at the end. While there were good things leading up to that, I think the way it concluded was very disappointing. I think Max and Mars, even though there's 300 megawatts out there to be bid on, Dan will run numbers, and if those numbers work for us, that's great. But the last time he and I talked, those numbers don't look so great. They're now in the neighborhood of $550,000 per megawatt if you wanted to buy out of some portion of your power and do it via the Mars model. And I don't, my sense is that those numbers don't pencil out. You wouldn't do that on an economic basis. And so this may end up being a lot like Policy 118 or others where Tri-State's able to say, see, we did it, we gave them options, but it's not economically viable. So I don't think any systems, I'm guessing, obviously speculating, I'm not sure systems, phrase it that way, I'm not sure it's going to be attractive enough economically for systems to do it. Now, Dan, you want to chime in there a little bit?
Yeah, I'll just add to that when they first presented Max and Mars, Tri-State did run some numbers that showed how it was economically feasible to install a project. And that was with their original numbers. And I would say it was just barely economically feasible. You know, is how that was shaping up. And with the added cost for the make whole payment, it just doesn't. You'd have to be able to install local generation for $20 a megawatt hour, and the size that we can put in here, that likely just isn't going to happen.
And what you're referring to there, I think, is there were numbers that we were looking at back in February were in the 400 and something thousand per megawatt. And when they did the long-term financial forecast and recrafted all the models, it jumped by $100,000 per megawatt, up in the 550s per megawatt. So it was close at 430, and now you're out of the money at 550. So how does that work? Doesn't really work. So that's the, you know, feels like a long bunch of meetings I went to there in the end, where if the output is nobody uses it, it's unfortunate if Tri-State, and I've, you know, been kind of rooting for them along the way here, but it's unfortunate if in the end the numbers don't work, so no one does it. So it didn't really accomplish the objective of creating freedom that works on both ends. The models are ultra safe for Tri-State. A lot of the reason there were 15 votes against, where there were a lot of people in there from lots of different systems that argued against the assumptions in the models, that they're just too favorable to Tri-State. Why do you plug that number in? And don't you just fiddle around with a number until you get one that feels right for you? While the models feel like they're sophisticated, you just keep changing the assumptions till you get the number you want. And essentially that's what they agree they do. So there we have it on the contract committee. Any other comments or questions? Kohler, you're up. Go ahead.
I was wondering on the Mars and the Max models, is there a paper that explains that better? I'm really confused on that. Can you guide me to maybe the MIC or?
Yeah, I'll resend one next, Kohler, that explains it.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And basically think of Max as a chunk of power and Mars a load following chunk of power, and Mars isn't what we would be thinking about as an intermittent resource like a big solar project. But I'll send you that deck.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Jack, your hand's up.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Just a side comment that I want to get back to something Kirsten has said. I mean, what is this, the fourth contract committee, and the first three ended up with nothing, and your observation is, it didn't take me long to see the similar observation that here again, fourth contract committee, and if it's not being used, it ends up being as useful as the other three where nothing's come out of that. So that's a larger disappointment that this was the fourth attempt, and having nothing come out of it is quite a disappointment. So Kirsten, I just wanted to follow up on something, and really I want to speak to our board. I think this board has a lot more clarity and integrity to when and when you shouldn't be in executive session. And I don't think there's any confusion as to what an update is and what legal is. And so I just assure you we have a lot more, we have a lot more integrity that, and we would have involved you regardless if it wasn't something that didn't have to do with something legal. And so we don't play that game with you. And I think our keeping you out in executive session for legal reasons is really to protect you and to protect us. And we would have invited you back in to have that discussion, around the resolution for partial and complete buyout. Even if you've spoken once, we have a lot more clarity and integrity around that. So we're not doing that to you, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm not sure when I'm getting the PUC update then. I had not heard one. I assume that's happening during executive session. If it's happening during executive session, I need to be in there. If it's just an update of these things got filed,
really tough line.
these responses, that kind of stuff, I should be there. If you guys then want to talk about, okay, these are the implications of all this stuff, kick the heck me out. But I haven't had a single update.
Okay, I appreciate what you're saying there. There is some update content that I'm sure would be safe there. It's just been a difficult thing to manage once that line gets crossed over into strategy, but I appreciate what you're saying. Anything else?
I don't know if Bob, sorry, this is Tim.
Go ahead, Tim.
So in Jack's conversation here a moment ago, I lost all audio and so forth for a moment or two. I don't know if anyone else did. If it was just me, that's fine. But there was like a 30-second pause there, so I didn't hear what he was saying.
I think I didn't get a pause in there, but I think Jack expressed.
That's all right. Maybe it was just at my end. I think I'll just let it go.
I think we've covered a lot of Tri-State. We know there's so many balls in the air, and I will say, I mean, those models, Max and Mars, are good models if the cost is right. And that's what I thought. To the end, we had a chance of fighting for better numbers associated with those models, and then we lost that fight. The models could be great. They could be something really amazing that would make you want to do that, but they'd have to be down in the $400,000 range, not in the 550 range. Tim?
Yeah, I mean, after those changes that you've mentioned and everything, I wonder if Dan or somebody could run the model for where we see that break even and go below. I mean, what cost of power would we need to achieve in order to make that economic or break even? And I think, if I recall, Dan did that when we first saw those models a few months ago. So now with new numbers, it would be useful, I think, for us to look at that if that's possible.
Tim, you're referring to the break-even point for the current Max and Mars make-whole payment.
Yes, with the new long-term financial forecast numbers that Bob referenced.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to look at that. So
because that gives us an idea of like how economic is it, or how possible do we think it is to achieve those kinds of power replacement costs and so forth. So, interesting.
Okay, so I think we have those numbers from the past, and we know what's just been approved is way out of the money. So not sure what our course of action can be. We'll see if there's another contract committee, then I would try to get some numbers from Dan and present those as, here's how far off they are, and here's how this won't really work to get systems to use the partial requirements model, or here's where they'd have to be in order to get systems to want to use the model. So we can look at that. Holly, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, I think it would be really important to run those numbers like Tim says, because that's part of our three-pronged strategy. But also, I just want to say that I was really frustrated about that whole process, Bob, and the rollout of the LTEF and the Tri-State Contract Committee meeting summary kind of outlines in February, you guys, the Mars and the Max was approved, but it's calibrated to the LTFF.
Well, that
And
wasn't
then
in
in March,
February. Yeah, the LTFF hadn't been
March,
created in February.
right. And then
Yeah.
in March, even in the order of the thing, which it might have been different in the meeting, I don't know, but it says that the contract termination payment was approved. But then you guys analyzed the long-term financial forecast. And there's just so many variables in there. I just found it really incredibly frustrating to read that long-term financial forecast and just think about all the variables. I think there's a lot of faults in that, especially when you don't get a wide group of stakeholders contributing their knowledge and expertise to it.
Yeah, that's why you had 15 people vote against it.
And I can tell you that I just had that spreadsheet open in front of me here, Tim, with a Mars buyout option of 553,000 a megawatt. That was, we'd have to get replacement power for $24 a megawatt hour to break even at about 72 that we have today.
And I was trying to write that. Could you just tell me what the power was there? The power
replacement power for $24 a megawatt hour.
All right, 2.4. Right. Thanks. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
All right. I think we've covered all the territory there. My board packet just closed up on me, so I think the next report was a fast track, Tim.
You always, okay, fast track. So, hang on 1 second. Right, we convened fast track through Zoom as well. You can read the report. I think a couple key things, and Carl touched upon this earlier, is that fast track's operating margins, cash flow are still quite sound and strong. There has been a bit of a, in terms of revenue against the budget, it's not quite there. Some of it is the COVID thing. Some is some delay, I think, in, or loss, I should say, of a couple of customers who maybe were anticipated to renew and didn't. It's not a huge or worrisome at this point. The losses are, as Carl mentioned, they're unrealized. They have to do with money that was that we have on the balance sheet that is earmarked for capital investment, but it's capital investment that will not be utilized this year. It will be utilized in the future, and that was parked in investment funds so that we could earn a greater return than we were previously. At the time of the meeting, up to that point, those investments, unrealized loss, was still less than the return up to that date. So there's a slight positive return on those investments at this point. And frankly, until we use them, they're not really cash losses. And about $1.5 million of that is in market securities, and about $500,000 of that are CDs that just turn over on a regular basis. They also submitted, are planning, I think, to submit a PPP application. Fast Track should qualify for that. Interesting to see if they get it, at what level. They've been similarly closed, like LPEA, to office has been closed. They have 1 or 2 people that come in and sort of man it on a rotating basis. So there's lots of employee separation. They stopped for a while some of the CapEx, the fiber infrastructure build outs, because of some questions that the contractors had about social distancing and so forth. But they expected those to start up again this month. And one other thing I think was important was that their fast track operations staff and LPA operations staff are back to having regular meetings, something that's occurred under Jessica's and Kelly's guidance. And then Jessica reached out, according to Kelly, reached out, and they're starting a one-on-one meeting also between the two directors, or to the CEO and manager. From my perspective, I think these are really positive developments. There's a lot that the two companies could be cooperating on. And I think building those relationships, strengthening those relationships on an operational level are really important. And I really thank Jessica for doing that. What else? The Southern Route issue is renewal is with PNM is still under negotiation, and at the moment we have an extension until June 30th. If it needs more time, I think we'll get another extension. So at that point, I'll just stop, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Joe, I think you have your hand up. Joe Lewandowski.
Joe, you're muted.
You're muted, Joe. Sorry, couldn't see your face.
Did the companies that dropped out give you any reason why they dropped out? Were they getting better prices elsewhere, or any reasons?
You know, I don't have that right in front of me right now, Joe, but I could get back to you on it. So I'd have to answer you later. I don't have it at my fingertips. I'll send you an email on it.
Anything else for Tim? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. CREA, Jack?
Yeah, so the report's included, and I just want to highlight a few points. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the extension of the legislature, so that will be continuing sometime. It's anticipated the middle of May, but that's yet to be seen. But the Supreme Court did. There was a question whether that had to be continuous, and the Supreme Court ruled that it didn't. Now, as to the scope, it probably will be just the main bills, which would include the state budget for one. So I don't think there'll be anything particularly to the envelope sleeve and the governance that Casey Becker sponsored will be addressed till the next legislative session, which we had interest in, as well as the CCA. The governor, I included a report that just came out that I think we'll be discussing in our CREA board meeting, the Governor's Emergency Council for Economic Stabilization and Growth. That begins on page 267. There's an energy committee which consisted of Brian Hennigan, the CEO of Holy Cross, Kyle Martinez, who Kirsten knows, maybe Bob, who's with DMEA, also the tri-state rep for DMEA, and Dwayne Hiley. And so that report of the for the governor in that energy sector and for recovery is outlined with different timeframes out. So if anybody has comments on that I could bring to the CREA meeting, we meet next Friday. And then finally, our youth tour to DC was canceled, which is at the end of June. And we had a number of youth that were going, including Dan Harm's son. And I don't know, I would like to still acknowledge them. We actually weren't able to bring in our youth from the tour last year because school had started, but at some point when we do get back together, maybe acknowledge those youth. I know it was really disappointing for them, but if that's something we could do to congratulate them and have a lunch for them, I would like to recommend that somewhere down the future when we're back together again. And that concludes my CREA report. And Bob, if you could let me know if there's any questions, because I can't seem to find it on my
Britt
iPad.
has a question for you, Jack. Britt's up, and then Hillary.
I don't know, Jack, if you can have any input. as to who's on the Governor's Emergency Council for Economic Stabilization and Growth. But there are no co-ops under Tri-State in that. There are independent co-ops and then there's Tri-State. Why isn't CRA on it or some of the co-ops that are under Tri-State?
And so Brett, just to clarify, I mean, DMEA is on it, though of course they're leaving, so that may make that irrelevant. And I am willing to bring that forward. This was done suddenly and brought to our attention just a couple weeks ago. So at the next board meeting, I can ask why there were no, and that's seems to be an issue with the governor is not appointing tri-state cooperative members to these committees. So it's a point well taken.
Yeah, and Hillary's got a question.
Did I answer your question? Okay. Yes, Hillary.
Yeah, I just had a comment on the canceled youth tour. So we did reach out to all of the students who were going just to let them know that it had been canceled. What we decided to do was to offer them on a spot on the youth tour next year. So that's something that we're doing to hopefully mitigate any disappointment they have about the cancellation this year. So Jack, I just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Okay,
That's
great,
nice.
Hillary. Thank you. Yeah, that is nice. That's nice.
Anything else? Any hands up? Oh, Britt, your hand's still up. I assume you're just waving. All right, thanks, Jack. Western United, Kohler.
Thank you. There is a report in the board docs, and as you can see, we had a very strong month last month, and that's really good because I think common sense will tell you that it's not going to be that way unless we pull out of this pandemic fairly quick. A couple concerns that are going to bubble up to the top. One is the available inventory. The staff did a great job and they increased inventory to one of the highest levels they've ever had in anticipation of this. And that is really paying off. As mentioned in our meeting today, you know, Tri-State on their pandemic report there, they said they're having a hard time getting hand sanitizer, PPDs, stuff like that. I think Dan Harms mentioned that we're having a difficulty looking for some of these chargers and stuff for some of our programs to get these materials. So it's going to be quite challenging going forward. Also, our largest customer is United. And one of the big reasons is of the growth in that area. And that growth right now is coming to a pretty quick halt for the time being. So I feel good that we're in a good, strong financial position, very little debt. We're looking good, but we're going to have to keep our eyes open and be very, very careful as we move forward. So with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
How much has business declined? I didn't catch that, Kohler. How far is the business off?
It's not. It's strong. We had a real.
It's not off
last month. It was above budget. And
okay.
So it's very good, and our inventory is good, but that's going to change pretty rapidly. I mean, look at some of the programs and the capital budget projects that are getting put on hold.
Yeah.
I think the effect is not right now, but in the immediate future, we're going to see some impact.
Gotcha. It'll be a lag effect, does it?
I believe that's true.
Yeah. Anything else for Kohler? Okay. Rachel, Director Landis, the 4-quarter report.
Hello. I was going to comment on that lag time situation because I've been thinking about this and I'm sure it's on folks' mind as well. But as this stretches into summer and the reserves and resources everywhere are strapped, I just keep thinking about forest fires in our area and like what happens if we have, you know, from an LPEA perspective, one disaster on top of the other. And I don't know, I'm not a doomsdayer by any stretch, but I was just thinking about that from a preparedness standpoint. So I don't, I imagine that's hopefully one disaster that's not one away, but one that doesn't happen. But yeah, just been thinking about that.
Yep.
And sorry that I didn't have a 4-quarter report to you all. We just had our meeting yesterday, and at 5 p.m. and I had to go back to emergency food system work. So there we are. But a couple of updates from 4 Core. It has been a wild ride the last few months, or I should say starting last month. There was kind of an accounting anomaly, is my understanding of it, that was discovered and discussed in an executive committee. I have not been invited to several of those conversations because they were nervous that I would report back to LPEA and it would look bad on them. I think that was a concern that came out of one of my earlier reports from 4 Core, and we've since talked about that. But basically, 4 Core had kind of had some cash commitments, or believe they had, that they had set for their budget as of last year, and those weren't realized. I think there was a couple of them. The big one was the LPEA component, which we have talked about in the past. And yeah, again, I'm not quite sure where this all broke down, but basically they found themselves, 4 Core found themselves in a pretty wild and tricky cash flow situation as of last month, and it was fairly dire. A couple of early grants that were supposed to come through at the beginning of the year hadn't come through, and so the board was put in the decision of kind of basically putting both the remaining staff on half-time, going down from full-time to half-time, full-time for the ED and 3/4 time for the program staff. They both got dropped to half-time, and we effectively had set in place kind of a, hey, we have to have a better funding strategy and funding stream identified in the next month and a half, or the remaining reserves would be used for towards kind of lights off and shut down. So not a fun place to be in. And interestingly, then COVID hit, and in a lot of ways, 4 Core was able to get some immediate grant funds for general operations, which never happens for a nonprofit. And so they, between that and PPP support, are have some breathing room for a while. And my big push has been to look really at the programs and the impact and match those kind of with the needs of the community and funding availability to try to find a more sustainable, almost like business model moving forward. So there's a bit of a breath out. Both staff have returned to full time, in part because of the requirements of PPP, and onward they march.
Questions? Kirsten, you've got a hand up there.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Rachel, somebody being uncomfortable is not a reason for you to be excluded from an executive session.
Thank you.
Just letting you know, and I hope you're fighting back on that.
Well, I wasn't even aware they were happening.
Well, if there are board meetings without you on it, then without you being informed, then there's a problem with that board. I know there's a problem with all boards.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions for Rachel? That's a tough situation. You're helping them navigate through. You've got pretty clear thinking about how to match services to where the money is, and that's what they need.
Yeah, it's a hard one. The money has, well, I think the other thing, there's just another piece of kind of, again, how they manage their operations. It's just trying to actually fund the administrative, the general and operating side of things, as opposed to just programs. So there's just some things in the way they're budgeting that don't quite equate. And so I know we have a volunteer financial person in there right now helping to rectify that situation.
Anything else for Rachel?
My only question on this one, and I don't know if we normally do this or if this is, but it is just a conversation to consider, because next month, right, we have new board members potentially coming on, and certainly the whole flip-flop of governance, or of representatives and things. Is this a board position to maintain moving into the future? So that's just something I want to put out there and yeah, for us to consider. And I was hoping this is not in any way a critique of the LPA staff, because I know other things are very much more pressing now. I know they had been working on the energy efficiency audit and beneficial electrification program. So hoping to see if there were opportunities and clear dovetails with 4Core there to help inform that decision a bit, but I don't think we won't be there. So just food for thought.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, we're going to come back up and go to Shay's report. And where is Shay on the screen there? Do we have Shay?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I lose track of people. The boxes actually move around sometimes. It gets tricky at the end of the day.
I do, yes.
Do you want to give all of your report except the part that needs to be an executive session, or how do you want to do that?
That sounds like a plan. Honestly, the main meat of my report is what needs to be an executive session, because what I'd like to do is discuss your options for how to handle an annual meeting. In making that decision, there are some legal risk based on which decision that you make. And so therefore, I would like to have that discussion in executive session, because we are going to be talking about legal risk, which is appropriate for executive session. The rest of it is in my written report, and I'm happy to take any questions. And Bob,
Shay, this is Jack. This is Jack.
Go ahead, Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, so without getting into too much detail, we saw one of the FERC decisions come out regarding PURPA, and when DMEA filed that, and
yes.
At that same time, we had drafted, or you had drafted, your firm had drafted the letter on policy 115. And so my question is, without having it go further in discussion, is that, could you just give us an opinion on that, please?
And sorry, thank you for the reminder. So something else to note is that I attached a copy of the FERC order on the PURPA case to the board packet, just so that you had it in case you hadn't seen it before. What that is that if you'll recall, Tri-State filed a petition at FERC back in 2016, asking for it to bless changes to its policy 101. FERC issued its order, and then Tri-State requested a rehearing on FERC's order, and that has been sitting there for years and years and years. And FERC went ahead and issued an order coming out of that, and it came out, I believe, at the end of March. And that's what's been attached to the board packet for your reference. And the real key is that all they did was that they denied Tri-State's motion for rehearing, because they got rid of the order, because life is different now that now that Tri-State is at FERC. And Jack, I may need to do some more research to fully answer your question and get back to you as far as what would happen next and how Tri-State's going to respond. My assumption is that this is something that's going to be addressed in all of the filings that Tri-State has made with FERC, and will be something that will be addressed at FERC in the future, but I would need to do some more research to confirm that. And if you're interested in the big bullet point of the order, it's at paragraph 22, which is where FERC said, finally, to be clear, the practical effect of vacating the Tri-State 2016 declaratory order places the parties back at square one, as if the commission had never rendered an opinion on the issue at all. And so this is dealing with Tri-State's policy 101. To be clear, there was also a DMEA case that was brought before this case. Nothing has changed with that case.
What do you mean nothing has changed with that case?
The DMEA case. And so the ruling on the DMEA case dealt with PURPA and the idea that you couldn't limit a qualified facility's ability to negotiate with a co-op because of the 5% limit. And so, you can talk about what that holding means as a practical effect, but that case hasn't been modified by Tri-State's ruling, or sorry, by FERC's ruling on Tri-State's case.
Okay, and then it was just, if you remember, of course, I don't know if Barry was at that time, but it was right when you two were switching over, but it's that letter that we drafted on 115, and part of what's challenging is because we got different lawyers working, and I'm not wanting to start another front, but if we're going back to square one, then it seems to me that letter, it may be appropriate, but I don't know if that's appropriate for you to handle or for other lawyers to handle, but it's around that policy 115 that your firm, that letter wrote up regarding policy 115.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. And I probably need to make sure that this is a will of the board situation. I can work with Jessica and provide an opinion as to what the effect of this case is if that's the will of the board. And so I just kind of need to make sure that I'm not running off down a rabbit hole and on that end.
I think that makes sense, Shay, to look at that. I mean, that is kind of that whole issue's been reopened, right? Because the DMEA kind of won the QF argument, and then Tri-State filed the 101 policy to claw back any lost revenue. And now that's all back to square one, except the DMEA ruling stands. Is that right?
Correct. Okay, what I can do is I can put together a memo to the board that talks.
Would you? Yes. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, it's around this. So that clarification that the original DMEA ruling from FERC that allows DMEA to add qualified facilities that exceed the 5% in the contract. The implication of that and this rehearing, maybe that's what you're saying you're going to provide in a memo, but I think it'd be really important for us to hear, should somebody, the case is some qualified facility opportunity comes to LPEA, what is the risk going forward that we would see should we say we're going to go ahead with that versus we're not going to? I mean, they have been stalled because there's this risk of this clawback. If the FERC ruling says we're back to square one, is that risk lower or higher? I guess that's what I'm trying to determine.
Okay. And I apologize, my feed keeps kind of cutting in and out. And so let me summarize what I think you said because it cut out in the middle. So you want, whenever you're looking at the memo, you not only want me to talk about what the effect of the ruling is, but also because of the ruling, what the risk of going forward with a qualifying facility now that the ruling has been reversed or vacated.
Yes, the risk of going forward as well as the risk of not going forward. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Britt's got a hand up.
Okay.
As I understand this, the FERC is now in the process of reviewing Tri-State's policies, which include 101. So I don't know that maybe we'd be a little premature trying to get too much information out before FERC tells us what is going to happen with those policies. I think it's clear that yes, qualified facilities can connect. We just don't know what the cost is going to be yet, and we're not going to know until FERC rules. So I'm throwing out the idea that maybe it's a little premature to look into that.
Yeah, and Bob, I would add that they're also looking at our fence straightening that we also had going with Tri-State. I think a lot of Tri-State members didn't realize what going FERC jurisdictional meant. And that includes, we were in agreement with Tri-State to do a fence alignment on some of our equipment that we brought to the board before. And all we had to do historically is submit that information to FERC and do a letter of agreement. I mean, not FERC, Tri-State. Now we have to go to FERC. We have to file involvement there when we would not have had to otherwise. So this will require us to hire FERC attorneys to now file for fence straightening. So with the PURPA, it's the same thing. And I would agree with Britt that we really need to be careful on this, because right now, all existing issues related to Tri-State that are going to FERC are all kind of lumped into the same thing. And what we do on PURPA could impact our ability at FERC on the bigger issue. So I would suggest just let me talk to Matt and work with him to see the best strategy, because I'm pretty sure it's all going to be lumped in together. But I can come back to the board and let you all know what our attorneys are suggesting.
That sounds good, given those last two comments, that get that advice and come back with a point of view. That sound good, Jessica?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we'll hold off, Shay, on an opinion on that right now?
Sounds good. I will
Hey, Bob.
do that.
Sorry, I missed someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Just to follow up, and I think Jessica makes a good point. I think that letter that we held off on regarding policy 115 is part of our history that has led us up to now. You know, it may have started with our first lawsuit with Tri-State, but then how things start evolving, that may be, I think that at least something now that this, this has gone back to ground zero, how that in the end meets our three-pronged approach. And if it is appropriate, but just to resurface kind of that's part of our history, what has led us to here. That's kind of my point. I don't want to get on too many fronts, but that we keep our history and our story, there it is, Hillary, our story in place that shows why we're doing what we're doing and leads us to, where we are right now. That's my whole point around resurfacing that policy 115 letter that our firm with Shay dropped it up back then.
Good point. Good point. All right. Shall we, then we can move into executive session to talk about the annual meeting, Shay?
That's all I have unless in open session, unless there are any more questions.
Do we have I don't see Drew there now. Do we have a different executive session meeting? Just go back to that same one we had?
Go back to the same one.
Okay. Oh, there you are, Drew. Hey, guy. Anything else for Shay before we entertain a motion to go into executive session?
Bob, there's one other thing on her report that says it could be executive session, which was tree trimming dispute. So if we're going to go into executive session, are we going to talk about that? Should we have a motion that includes that?
Sure. Yeah. Why don't you make that motion?
Okay, so I move we go into executive session to discuss the annual meeting and the tree trimming dispute.
And Kohler will second.
We had a motion from Gwen and a second from Kohler to go into executive session for those two topics, tree trimming and annual meeting. Any further discussion?
Yes, Bob.
All in?
Bob?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, this is something that Kristen should sit in on, in my opinion. And does she have the link to this executive session?
You're exactly right. Kirsten, are you there?
Yeah, I do. I have the phone number to call for the executive session. If you don't see me, it takes a little bit because I have to dial a bloody lot of digits. But if you don't see me there, somebody give me a call. It means I'm struggling, okay?
Okay. So we have a motion and a
hang up
second.
here so I can call in.
All in favor, say aye.
You still have
Aye.
two hands
Aye.
up,
Aye.
Bob, there's still two hands up for discussion, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the
just
motion
wanted-
and the second, so now discussion, Joe?
I was hoping we could take like 2 minutes before we go into executive session?
That's a good idea. It's 2:42, so you mean like 2:44?
That's fine.
No, just kidding. But 2:55, meet you in executive session. Does that work for everyone?
Thank you.
All right,
Jack
you bet.
still has a hand up. I'm just making.
Jack, is your hand still up?
Sorry, I hadn't put it down from the last time. No. And
Raise
you
your-
might, well, you might want to let Kristen know too.
We did.
2:55. Okay.
Oh.
No, she hung up.
Oh, yeah. Who can call her? Holly, can you text her? Someone?
I'm gonna, okay,
All right.
I'm gonna start the executive session for you all and then I'll drop off, but if she joins first, I'll let her know.
Okay, 2:55. See you there.
Thanks, Bob.
We need to vote.
We all in favor said aye. There was a lot of ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're going into executive session at 2:55. Hey, Karis, can I ask you a question? On these two motions that are going to happen now out of executive session, would you mind we'll do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Call the roll and we'll vote aye or nay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would just like to take a minute and let everybody know I created the sign-in sheet for the Zoom training. And you may have an email for it in your inbox already. And I have taken notes for Monica based on our discussion with Tim of the expense approvals. So if anyone has any receipts to update in their individual director submittals, I can let Monica know. She'll check that link to make sure everybody's got everything.
Thank you.
Feel free to email.
The sign-in sheet for the meeting in general works a lot easier than I thought, frankly. So that's a nice tool.
Good. It's a learning curve. We're getting there. We're doing, I think we're doing really great.
We're getting there. That's right. Okay, it's about 4:15. So let me give it a minute here to get everybody back.
Hey, Bob, did we decide not to use the vote tool on Director Point or?
Well, we were going to use it, and I guess we just didn't need it earlier because we skipped several of those items for voting, and we don't have this particular motion set up as a vote. So we're gonna do roll call vote on these significant motions now. All right.
May I ask if it's reasonable to use 4:15 as the time that everyone came out of executive session?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are all back in regular session, and we're prepared to entertain two different motions regarding elections. Director Bassett.
I move that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, LPA have a virtual meeting on May 16th solely for the purpose of electing and seating directors. Ballot boxes for this election will be closed at 4 p.m. Friday, May the 15th.
This is Jack, and I second it.
So Director Bassett made the motion and Director Turner seconded it. Is there any further discussion now on that? All right, we'll have Karis do a roll call vote aye or nay on the motion.
Oh, would you like me to recite the names?
Yeah, if you'd read them off.
Yes, you got it. You got it.
We'll do them one at a time to get these right.
Thank you. Britt Bassett.
Vote yes.
Dan Huntington.
Yes.
Rachel Landis.
We'll come back to her. She's not here yet.
Okay. Joe Lewandowski.
Yes.
Bob Lynch.
Yes.
Kohler McInnes.
Yes.
Holly Metzler.
Yes.
David Montoya.
Yes.
Kirsten Skihan.
Aye.
That was a yes.
Okay, thank
An
you.
aye.
Oh, thank you. Jack Turner. Jack
Yes.
Turner. Thank you. Gwen Unger.
Yes.
Tim Wheeler.
Yes, and I did have my hand up before that, Bob, for discussion, but I guess that's passed. So just a yes.
Sorry, I missed that.
Rachel Landis.
I'm so sorry I got lost in Cyberland. Can we repeat the motion? Sorry, guys.
Yes, Rachel, this is Brett. I move that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, LPA have a virtual meeting on May the 16th solely for the purpose of electing and seating directors. Ballot boxes for this election will be closed at 4 p.m. Friday, May the 15th.
Yes, I support in favor or vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yes.
Tim, you got a point there? Another point? Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to mention in the discussion is this is significant change, and the election is just about to begin. The ballots go out. They'll be out here at the end of the week. We need to, I think, convey this, communicate this really well. And I don't have any doubt that Jessica and Hillary will do that through their normal sources, but I think all the directors need to have some clarity about this so that we can pass them on to people that we are talking to that might be voters.
There are hands up now on the right. I'll get to them. Director Unger.
Do we also need to pass something postponing the annual meeting?
Procedurally, Shay?
Yes, thank you. And so we would need to have a motion to postpone the rest of the annual meeting. I think at this point you might want to just say until a further date to be determined.
Let me get to the other comments. Director Turner? And we do need that motion.
Yeah, to Tim, yeah, well, to Tim's point, which I'm now trying to go back there. If Hillary and Jessica could come up with some talking points for us that we could pass on either through probably social media, that would be helpful regarding this, to Tim's point. So, and I can make also a motion I can make that motion too, but unless there's other comments, then I can wait.
Let me grab these three comments and then we'll come back and entertain a motion. I think they're pertinent to the topic we just did. Director Montoya?
So are we going to get some information on how this is going to transpire and to tell the members how to do it so that, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is the meeting going to start like at 10 o'clock? And is it going to be virtual? And is there going to be a number to call in and all of those little details that we haven't talked about? I assume maybe Jessica will round all that information up and send it to us, or how do you see this taking place?
Do you want to comment, Hillary or Jessica, whomever there?
Yeah, we will, Hillary and the team will develop all the details, David, including the where to go on our website, to click on the link to join the meeting. It'll likely be the Zoom, how we've done this before. And then we'll make sure that we do widespread communication, Facebook, Twitter, all the typical social media avenues that Hillary usually does. Hillary, did you want to add anything?
Go ahead, Hillary.
Yeah. I was just going to say that I still have to convene with the team that plans the annual meeting. There's quite a few things that we have to work out logistically on our end, but the target will be to send a press release out next week that will have all of these details in it, and will also act as kind of a crib sheet for all of you guys to help spread the word to your network. Some good news, I just reached out to this team at Colorado Country Life, and they're holding printing until we can get some information to them tomorrow, some basic information. So we will at least be able to notice that the basics about this in the Colorado Country Life for May, which is obviously a big channel for some of our members who are not on other digital channels. But yes, we'll do a full comms campaign around it.
Thank you, Hillary. Director Bassett? You're still muted.
If it's ready, I would like to make another motion unless there's other business. Did you want to take care of the motion to delay the meeting first?
Let's do the motion to delay the meeting.
And I think Jack was prepared to give that
Yeah.
motion.
So go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, Britt and Bob. So I do move to delay the business portion of the annual meeting to be determined at a later time. Is that fine?
We have a motion. We need a second.
Second. Oh, Kohler seconded.
Kohler seconded. Motion by Jack, Director Turner. Further discussion on that? Delay the annual business meeting at a date to be determined later, essentially. Any further discussion? Want to read off the roll call vote? Karis?
Yes. Britt Bassett. Dan Huntington.
Yes.
Rachel Landis.
Yep.
Joe Lewandowski.
Yes.
Bob Lynch.
Aye.
Kohler McInnes.
Yes.
Holly Metzler.
Aye.
David Montoya.
Aye.
Kirsten Skihan.
Aye.
Jack Turner. Was that Morse code for I? Gwen Unger.
Yes.
Tim Wheeler.
Yes.
Maybe one more call for Jack Turner.
Unmute, Jack.
You're voting Jack. You're going on and off of mute.
I lost connectivity. Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Any no's or no? That the motion carries unanimously, I believe, by the count there. All right, so we're ready to entertain another motion, Director Bassett.
I move that for the LPA virtual meeting to be held on May the 16th, that LPA accept emailed questions until 4 p.m. Friday, May the 15th, that will be answered online at that meeting.
I have a
Second.
motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Joe Lewandowski seconded. Motion by Director Bassett. Discussion. Go ahead, David.
Unmute.
Did you call on me? It's Jack.
Not yet, Jack. Director Montoya's up now.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't have too much problem with this motion, other than part of my concern is the fact that we just made a motion that said that we're going to have this meeting for the sole purpose of electing. I'm always in favor of communicating with the members and answering questions. If this does pass, I think last year we put all of those questions and answers on our website, and I would hope that we would do that again. One of my concerns is the fact of how well the ability is going to be to get the information back and forth from the questions to the members. So I'm probably going to vote no, but if it does pass, I hope we will do a good job of making sure that the members hear it all.
Director Unger and then Director Turner.
So I do think we should limit it to election questions or election comments. Who knows how many people are going to show up, how much of an issue it might be on Zoom. And I think to keep it simple would be much better. People can put those other questions off until the annual meeting. So if it sits as it reads right now, I will vote no. But if we can modify it to say only questions related to the elections, then I would vote yes.
That may need to be another motion depending on how this goes. Director Turner?
Yeah, I'm opposed for this for basically what Gwen and David had said, just to keep it clean, and that it is, I hear Shay saying it is the business at hand. So I think we need to keep that clean. At the same time, there's always avenues. I mean, we may need to communicate this for our members to ask questions, and that it's not that we're happy to have them, direct them to, you know, some place where they can ask questions, but for the meeting's purpose, this is what we need to keep it simple.
Okay, Director Wheeler.
So I didn't hear in the motion that there was any limitation on how the questions were taken in terms of they have to be emailed in ahead of time, or is it something we talked about that, and I just wasn't sure how the motion addressed that, if it did.
You can read that again. I think it does say that. Read that again, Britt.
I move that for the LPA virtual meeting to be held on May the 16th, that LPA accept emailed questions until 4 p.m. Friday, May the 15th, that will be answered online at that meeting.
Great, thanks.
Any further discussion? There's some hands still up, and I've called on everyone, I think. Anyone? Director Bassett? I got you, Gwen, next.
Thanks. Again, one of the reasons I think this is a good idea, and I understand the concern about mixing what might be sort of business, is that we are in an unusual time, and this is something that the election is something that a lot of our members pay attention to and likely will tune into. So it's just a chance for us to interact with our members in a slightly different way. I know they can email questions in any time, but it's not often that they'll be able to see all 12 directors plus some staff's face in front of them. So I understand there's probably some difficulties with this, but it just strikes me as it's an opportunity, since this meeting potentially could be only 5 minutes long. It's the opportunity to take another hour or two to answer questions and interact with our members.
Dr. Unger?
So can I make an amendment? I mean, I think this is a standard way to do this, right? I'd like to amend the motion to say questions regarding the elections. And then if we get a second, we can vote on either amending it or not amending it. I mean, I do think we should take questions. It's just a question of whether it should just be limited to the election.
So we have a amendment to the motion. Do we have a second to that amendment? You can
I'll second it.
unmute and speak up. Who seconded it?
Me, David.
David seconded it. Now discussion on the amendment. Jackie, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I had my hand up for the other one, but I'm opposed to the amendment. But if this motion fails, the Brit's motion fails, then I think it would be pertinent to make it as a follow-up amendment. But I'm opposed to this amendment just because I don't think we haven't had the necessary discussion from Brit's motion yet.
Other discussion on the amended motion? Read that motion again, the amendment, Gwen, and then we're going to vote on it.
So I move to amend the motion to limit questions to the election.
Okay, and just to clarify, that motion amendment can pass. If it passes, that in effect nullifies the motion, although we come back and vote on the motion. We vote on the amended motion, which would then have been changed. Is that correct? Procedurally, Shay?
Sorry, that's correct.
Other comments or questions?
I need
Anyone?
to check. It doesn't nullify it. It just limits it. It's a limiting amendment. Is that correct?
Well,
we are voting.
It.
We're voting on the amendment. If that amendment passes, we still have to go back and vote on the original one so that the amendment has something to be amended.
We have to vote on the amended motion.
I heard Bob say it nullifies the main motion, and it does not.
Well, it doesn't nullify it. It does change it because it becomes an amended motion. All right, let's have a roll call vote on the amended motion, Karis.
Britt Bassett,
I vote no.
Dan Huntington,
Aye.
Rachel Landis,
No.
Joe Lewandowski,
No.
Bob Lynch,
No.
Kohler McInnes,
Yes.
Holly Metzler,
No.
David Montoya,
Yes.
Kirsten Skihan,
No.
Jack Turner,
No. No.
Gwen Unger,
Yes.
Tim Wheeler.
No.
I have 8 opposed and 4 in favor.
So the amendment fails, and now we're going to vote on the motion, the original motion that was proposed by Director Bassett. Any further discussion on that or any clarification anyone needs?
I do, Bob, excuse me. To Britt's point, I think he has Britt, you have a really good point. I'm just, and giving our members an opportunity to speak, I'm just concerned, and I guess to this Shay's question, Shay says we can only take questions that are to the business at hand. So how do we open it up to further questions and people are wanting, and we're having to limit that or vet it and in the end not answer it. I think it's a good idea. And yes, we're in different times and it sounds great, but it sounds like by policy or bylaws, we can only take questions at the business at hand, and we would be going against policy or bylaw according to Shay. I just don't know how we would handle it and speak to our members when it's not at the business at hand. Otherwise, it's a great suggestion and idea.
Let's have Shay comment on that, and then Director Bassett has another comment.
Thank you. So to be clear, my opinion is that if you want to take member comments and answer questions, or sorry, if you want to answer member questions, that you can do what Director Bassett moved to do. So I'm not saying that what he's doing is inappropriate.
Director Bassett?
Yes, and I hear you, Jack, in that there would be some concerns and possibly there would have to be some questions that wouldn't be answered if they would get too much into business. And the mechanism that this would occur would have to be an email address set up or something specific for this, and somebody to collect those questions, try and combine similar ones together, and then be prepared to answer those. So I know I'm creating some additional work here for people. The other part I don't have an answer to now, but we'll have to think about is if this passes, is who answers those questions. Maybe like at the annual meeting, certain questions can be answered by the board president, certain by the CEO, certain perhaps by some of the VPs of specific departments to kind of spread around the answers. Perhaps even some, that could be answered by some directors if there's possibility to do that. So I think that's kind of the feel I'm trying to get, is that it would involve people to have a variety of questions and a variety of different answers, knowing that there are some difficulties though in trying to perhaps filter out some that would be too close to actually making business decisions.
Okay, thank you. Director Skihan.
Repeating what Britt just said.
Are there other comments? All right, let's have a roll call vote. Karis?
Okay. Britt Bassett,
Yes.
Dan Huntington,
Nay.
Rachel Landis,
Yes.
Joe Lewandowski,
Yes.
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 Bob Lynch,
Yes.
Kohler McInnes,
No.
Holly Metzler,
Yes.
David Montoya,
No.
Kirsten Skihan,
Yes. Aye.
Jack Turner,
Yes.
Gwen Unger,
No.
Tim Wheeler.
Yes.
I have motion passes with 8 in favor and 4 opposed.
Okay, very, very good. So we have a plan, and there's some work and some nuances there, and particularly this thing about questions has to be handled very carefully, and we'll want to consult with Shay on that, and we know staff will work on a way to vet those who are not getting into the wrong topics, and we sort them around carefully. Director Matoya, question, comment?
Because I'd like to make sure that everybody can see as much information as possible. I'm going to move that these questions and answers be put in on the website like they were last year, and that we also dedicate a page to questions and answers in the Colorado Country Life within the next month or two, whatever works the best, so that the folks that can't attend the meeting or don't have the ability can get this information. That was a motion.
Motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Dan Huntington seconds.
Second by Dan, a motion by Director Montoya. Discussion on the motion? I think it sounds like a really good idea. Gwen, comment?
So if David had stopped at the website, I would vote for this, but I don't think that trying to put it into Colorado Country Life makes any sense. So I'll have to vote against it.
It would seem like where I could take that suggestion would be that content could be worked into an article, not necessarily posting Q&As in an exact same format that you would do on a website. That's how I would take that. But other comments, Director Lewandowski?
Devin, so are you saying that they'd be posted before the meeting then, right?
No, you're talking, the questions and answers both would be posted on the website. We did that last year so that people can read the questions and the answers. And the reason I suggest putting it on the Colorado Country Life is because we have a lot of members who don't do, especially the people who are interested, the older people don't do internet and such. And that's why I suggest putting it on the Colorado Country Life.
Okay, so not before the meeting then. Okay, thank you.
Question from comment, Director Turner?
Yeah, like Gwen, I sort of approve or support it on the website. If it is in a form, as you say, Bob, of a summary of the meeting in Colorado Country Life, I'm for that. But it's so vague. I would like some clarity on that motion as to exactly what we're doing, and I think maybe the staff would appreciate that too. If it is a summary, then I would like the motion to include that's a summary of the meeting. But I just don't understand what the latter part of the motion is asking for at this point.
Okay, I assume that's directed at me.
Yeah.
The motion is to have the questions wrote out and the answers wrote out so that people can see it all, trying to be as transparent as possible. Not a summary, because a summary will end up being somebody's take on how it should have went. Questions and answers. We did that on the web last year. I don't know why it would be so opposed to this year, because again, not everybody has internet and knows how to do that stuff. And what would it hurt to put it on Colorado Country Life? I think that's the idea of the magazine, is to educate the people.
Can I clarify, David? Are you suggesting that the same format would be in Colorado Country Life? Because that's all I was throwing in there, was it could be a different format, that you'd have the literal Q&As on the website, but then in the Country Life, you might have it in a different format. It might be more summarized or something.
I guess you could do that and tell people that if you want to see the actual questions and answers, to go to the web.
Yeah.
That way they would at least know that. So, you know, that would be acceptable.
Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't interpreting it wrong. Now, comments now, Director Skehan and then Director Bassett.
No additional comment.
Director Bassett.
I would move that we amend the motion so that the questions and answers would be summarized on the Colorado Country Live with a pointer to the full text of the questions and answers on the website.
I second. This is Jack.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion by Director Bassett and seconded by Director Turner. And so discussion on the amendment. Is that clear? It's just tightening it up a little bit. I think the spirit is the same. It's my take on it. Any other comments? Can we do a roll call vote on the amended motion? The motion as amended?
The motion as amended. May I state the motion as amended?
Please.
In my writing? Let me see. Motion to post written Q&A on the LPEA website and in Colorado Country Life, the amendment providing for a summary article, Colorado Country Life, with a link to the full Q&A on the website.
Does that sound right, Director Bassett?
Close enough. It can be cleaned up, I think, a little bit in the language, but I think that's in essence what we're talking about. And of course, it's the Q&A from the virtual meeting.
Thank you. I'll clean that up.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, let's vote on the amendment.
On the amendment, Britt Bassett,
Yes.
Dan Huntington,
Aye.
Rachel Landis,
Aye.
Joe Lewandowski,
Yes.
Bob Lynch,
Aye.
Kohler McInnes,
Unmute, Kohler.
we'll come back to Kohler.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Kohler. Holly Metzler,
Aye.
David Montoya,
Aye.
Kirsten Skihan,
Aye.
Jack Turner,
Yes.
Gwen Unger,
Yes.
Tim Wheeler.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Motion
So
to amend carries
The motion to amend
unanimously.
has carried, and now we need to vote on the amended motion. The motion as amended.
Motion as amended. Shall I go through the roll call?
Yeah. Yes. Anybody, first, any discussion or any questions? All right, let's go through it then.
Britt Bassett,
Yes.
Dan Huntington,
Aye.
Rachel Landis,
Aye.
Joe Lewandowski,
Yes.
Bob Lynch,
Aye.
Kohler McInnes,
Yes.
Holly Metzler,
Aye.
David Montoya,
Aye.
Kirsten Skihan,
Aye.
Jack Turner,
Yes.
Gwen Unger,
Yes.
Tim Wheeler.
Yes.
Motion carried 12-0.
Okay. Very good. All right. Just one couple of dangling things. We'll be wrapping up today. Jack, you had a chance to do a little homework on that governor's committee you want to comment on?
Yeah, so to Britt's request or point about, I did reach out to the governor's office, and this is the governor's and my emergency council, energy committee, and I did reach out to the governor's office, and they do welcome our comments. So I would I recommend that we do make comments to that committee, and maybe I could just thinking how that would work if I maybe just work with Jessica, and anybody who wants to submit comments could submit them to me, that would be appropriate. I think since we're being invited to participate, that we should, to Britt's point, being having some representation there.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Any questions or comments for Jack? All right. Is there anything we've missed here? I think we've covered everything.
Tim had a question, Bob.
Yeah, and Director Unger and then Director Wheeler. Yeah.
So I just want to clarify something. My understanding was the ballots were going out tomorrow. I heard Hillary say a little while ago that the ballots have already gone out. Can you tell me what?
They're going out tomorrow. When I said already gone out, I meant as far as the production on our end of things. But my
Okay.
understanding is that they're in Albuquerque and they're actually going and hitting the postal waves tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Director Wheeler, did you have something?
Yeah, Jack, when you said we are being asked, who's we?
I'm sorry, Tim, I was trying to find the email. We're being invited to provide comment to the Energy Committee of the Government's Emergency Council that he set up. We're being invited to participate that. I responded to Britt requesting that, or asking why we as tri-state co-ops have not participating in that or not represented in that, and they invited us to participate. So
Okay, so we being LPA.
Yes.
Not CREA, and that level of participation is that as a member of the committee or just to give input?
I think it's just to give input right now, but I think our point was taken, and I think it'd behoove us to participate,
Right,
provide comments.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah. Dr. Huntington?
Yeah.
Dan, do you have a hand up, Huntington?
Yes, I do. I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
I want to ask Kristen if she got her answers to her questions today that was going to be answered.
The only one I didn't, I actually missed my opportunity on because it was early in the consensus items. It was about, do we have a different relationship or different leverage with the business customers than we do our residential customers? I noticed that one of those businesses that we're doing write-ups on is a existing an entity that's still in business. At least I think they are. They're sending me bills.
Yeah, I can answer that, Kirsten. The leverage only comes from if they want to have an existing account with us, which right now they do not.